Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Student Trustee Emiliano.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may now be seated.
Thank you very much, Ms. Emiliano. We'll now go on to the land acknowledgement. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Muwekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. I'd like to welcome everyone to this May 5th meeting of the Board of Education. The mission of the West Contra Costa Unified School District is to prepare students for post-secondary education and to be responsible, thinking, contributing members of our global society. We believe in public education as the most important function in a democratic society. We believe we must, 1, treat everyone with courtesy, dignity, and respect. 2, provide safe and nurturing environments in which to learn, teach, work, and participate. 3, serve our students by working as partners with our community to develop well-rounded, lifelong learners and contributing members of a global society. 4, take responsibility for our behavior and performance to ensure the highest possible achievement of all students, employees, and our school community. 5, provide equitable and essential communication and support for successful learning, teaching, working, and participating. 6, respect, celebrate, and welcome the diversity, uniqueness, and contributions of all members of our school community. The board members should not subordinate the education of children and youth to any partisan principle, group interest, or the members' own personal interest. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities on discussion items through the Zoom app or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
I didn't have a question. I was scratching my nose. I apologize.
Oh, no, I was going to ask you for a favor.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. The sentence in the opening that says to access translation of the agenda, if you could read that sentence in Spanish, that would be great.
Yes, let me just pull it up, President Phillips. I don't have it in front of me. Just one second.
No problem. It was a surprise. Sorry about that.
Sorry, President Phillips. I'm having trouble with my computer. Would it be possible for someone to put it on the screen and I could translate it from there?
Sure. If I can have screen sharing privileges, I can do it. Or actually, the translator, is it possible for the translator to actually just come in and translate? Because I know they're there.
Yeah, I don't think once we turn on translation, I don't think they could come in that way. So let me try to pull it up for Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, actually, when it gets pulled up, instead of reading that sentence, if you could just read the whole thing that I read, so where I start is this meeting will provide public comment. So if you could just read that all the way down to the due to the Brown Act, that would be helpful.
Sure. And if you want me to for future meetings, I'd be happy to read it if I'm a little more prepared as well.
Oh, she said if she, okay, I hear you. She says if I read it, I can do the presentation. So, so she could just come over and, so I could read it and she can interpret to everyone that's listening, right? Because I just saw her in the chat. Okay, yes. Okay, so I'm just gonna reread it again because she can do that. And then as we move forward, that's probably the easiest way to do it is for her to just do simultaneous translation as I'm reading, without someone having to actually do that. So, Mr. Jordan, can you come back out? Okay, so just as we move forward, when we get to this section, the interpreter, just interpret. And anyone who has the headphones on, they're hearing this. So they're not being left out because after the last meeting, my concern was that people were not hearing because the translation was not happening. But she's saying that as I'm reading that she will, or that she is doing that. So it's not an issue, but here we go. This meeting and the simultaneous translation is happening right now, whether someone clicked on the icon or not. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities on discussion items through the Zoom app or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Okay, thank you very much. And we're going to go on to the roll call, Mr. Duffy.
Good evening. President Phillips.
Present.
Trustee Clerk Smith-Folds.
Good evening, President.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Present.
Trustee Reckler.
Good evening, President.
Trustee Christian.
Present.
Student Trustee Emiliano.
Present.
And I know that Student Trustee Leung has a game this evening and will be potentially joining us afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Do we have any report out or ratification of closed session?
We do not.
Okay. We're going to go on to agenda review and adoption. I have two things, and we're going to go to the entire board, but I have two things that I want to just say very early on, is we do have a lot of resolutions on here. It's like 7 of them. I want to take them as one item. Different people can do, the different resolve calls, but I want to do them as an item. And then also the safety plans. I would like to take them off of the agenda for this evening. So, board, do you have anything that you would like to take off of consent? Trustee Reckler?
Yes, I'd like to pull C1 grants. I'd like to pull C6 leadership contract. Thank you.
C1 and C6. Okay. Does anybody else have anything they would like to take off? I'm looking.
Can you not see me, President Phillips?
I couldn't. I just went to the next screen. So I see you now, ma'am.
I would like to pull C5.
C5. Okay, is that it, ma'am?
That's it.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this?
No.
Okay, so board, we have C1 being pulled for discussion. We have C6 being pulled for discussion, and we have C5 being pulled for discussion, and then our resolutions taking them together as one item. So that is B8 through 13. Can I have a motion for all of that stuff I just said?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Reckler. I saw Gonzalez Hoy's hand go up, so I'm taking that as a second. No?
I just wanted to clarify that we're also removing E1 completely. as
Oh,
part
I'm
of the
sorry. Yes, the safe. I'm sorry. Is E1 the? I don't have it in front of me right
Yeah,
now. That's
it's
the
E1.
safety plan, right? Yes,
Yeah.
and E1.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I will second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez Hoy. Board, let's vote. Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded, and we're starting with Smith Folds on this evening.
Smith Folds, yes.
Krishna, yes.
Gonzalez, Ho, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
And Phillips, yes. Thank you, everybody. Okie dokie. We're going to go on to approval of minutes for 4/28. Board, and I'm toggling screens, so if I miss you for a moment, I promise I'll wrap around. But are there any corrections to the minutes? Reckler?
I do. I think I have one, but I need your brain trust. I need your all's brain trust to help me clarify. So I believe in the report out of closed session, Trustee Gonzalez Hoy did not vote because he recused himself and wasn't in the closed session. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then the minutes should reflect that Trustee Gonzalez Hoy was recused and was not in that portion.
Gonzalez Hoy?
That's correct, but I think that Mr. Duffy, when he reported out, I think mentioned that I abstained. So I don't know if that matters. What actually happened is that I recused myself, of course, but I believe the report out was set up that I had abstained.
Yeah, and so I don't think you voted, and so I don't think that's an abstention. I'm not sure.
He didn't vote.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have that correction. Are there any other corrections? Okay, seeing none. Do we have any public comment on the item?
There is one hand raised.
Okay,
Let's go to that. Scott Rafferty.
hold
You-
on.
Hold
Hold on.
on. Okay.
I want to be, and I'm going to say this a couple of times tonight. Right now, we're on public comment for this item and this item only. Which is our minutes. If you have general public comment that you want to make, that is later on in the meeting. So, Mr. Rafferty, if you have comments on this item, now is the time. If you have general comments comments about something that is not on the agenda for this evening, please reserve that for public comment, which will come up very soon. General
No hands raised now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rafferty. Okay, board, we have a motion to adopt these minutes with the corrections.
I'll move to adopt with the correction indicated.
Can we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so it's moved by Reckler and seconded by Gonzalez Hoy. On to the vote. Mrs. Smith Folds, kick us off.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Phillips, yes. The motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so now we are at the resolutions. And the first one is Classified School Employee Week. Mr. Chris, yes, clap, clap, clap. Mr. Christian, would you like to read the resolve clauses for Classified School Employee Week?
Yeah, give me 1 second to pull it up.
No problem, sir.
Trustee Phillips, are you randomly calling or can we throw our name out there for one we want to read?
I wasn't randomly calling, but I do recall you had said in agenda setting that you wanted to read Day of the Teacher.
Yes. All right. Thank you. I was just making sure.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I am there. Where do you would like for me to start?
Right there where it's highlighted. Mr. Aurelio has it on the screen. And thank you, Mr. Aurelio, or whoever is doing that.
All right. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education declares May 16th through the 22nd of 2021 as Classified School Employee Week in the West Contra Costa Unified School District in recognition of and appreciation for all classified employees and their dedication to our students.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian. And we're doing all of these together. So, Mrs. Smith Folds, if you can do the resolve clause for Day of the Teacher.
For sure. Thank you. And thank you. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week, everyone. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the West Contra Costa Unified School District proclaims May 12th, 2021 as the Day of the Teacher in West Contra Costa County, and be it further resolved that the Board of Education urges all citizens to honor our teachers and staff on this and every other day of the year. Sorry, our teachers, I added and staff, on every other day of the year, but I'll keep it where it was, President Phillips. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Gonzalez Hoy, can you do Day of the School Nurse?
I would be happy to. Thank you. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the West Contra Costa Unified School District proclaims May 12, 2021 as the Day of the School Nurse in West Contra Costa County. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education urges all citizens to honor our school nurses on this and every other day of the year.
Thank you very much, sir. Miss Emiliano, do you want to take API Heritage Month?
Yes, I can. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education proclaims May 2021 as Asian/Pacific American Heritage Month to inspire equity and celebrate diversity in our schools and communities throughout the district.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And then the last one is School Lunch Hero Day. And Mr. Classified Employee Christian, I'm going to
President
ask
Phillips, President
yes,
Phillips, you
yes,
skipped
sir.
one. You skipped one. Arab American is next.
I did, and I apologize for that. Arab American Heritage Month is the next one, and I apologize. Trustee Reckler, can you take that one, please?
Sure, happy to do that. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board joins the Arab American Foundation in celebrating April as 2021 National Arab American Heritage Month in recognition of the many contributions Arab Americans have made to our society.
Thank you very much. And again, please accept my apology for that. No slight was intended whatsoever. And then the last one that we have is School Lunch Hero Day. Mr. Christian, can you do that one, please?
Yes. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the West Country Coastal Unified School District proclaims the day of Friday, May the 7th, 2021 as School Lunch Hero Day, and be it further resolved that the Board of Education express its deep appreciation to these valuable employees and commend their good work on behalf of children.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian. And board, I'm assuming there are no questions about any of these resolutions. Do we have any public comment? Okay,
There is one hand raised, sorry.
okay. Just want to remind the person, because I'm not looking at the list, that this is public comment on one of these resolutions that was just read.
So Claudia Cerritos, you may unmute and begin your comment.
Sí, también me gusta.
Sí, puedes seguir.
Ok, también sí me gustaría que también reconocieran a nosotros los latinos que trabajamos duro en cuidar los niños. Yo soy yard supervisor y cuido los niños y miro que todos los latinos estamos echándole también muchas ganas en el cuidado de los niños en las escuelas, y también sería bueno que también nos reconocieran a los latinos que trabajamos en el cuidado de los niños también. Gracias.
Gracias. That concludes comments for this item.
Thank you very much for that comment. And board, can I please have a motion to adopt these resolutions?
So moved.
Moved by Smith Folds, Mrs. Smith Folds,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Gonzalez Hoy. Any discussion, board? All righty. On to the vote, Mrs. Smith Folds.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, Hoy, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Phillips, yes. The motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, now we're going to go to WCCUSD public comment. So please start raising your hands, because you got to have your hand raised before the item starts. But this is for general public comment, okay, on items that are not on the agenda. So that's what I want to impress upon everyone, items that are not on the agenda. The second thing that I want to impress upon everyone before we get going is our last meeting. Public comment could have been done much better. So this is what I want to say about public comment. If you feel the need to call in to public comment and criticize me, that is fine. And that is your right, and that is okay. If you have a complaint about a staff member, my request, instead of just calling in and criticizing staff online, is to actually send your complaint to the superintendent. Ideally, if it's a staff member at the site, you've contacted your principal. But if that's not working, please send your complaint to the superintendent via email. If for some reason you can't send it to the superintendent, you could send the complaint to me via email. The current superintendent, his email address is matthew.duffy@wccusd.net. My email address is Mr. M-I-S-T-E-R .phillips@WCCUSD.net. If you can't send it to the superintendent for some reason, if you send it to me, I promise that I will route the complaint to where it needs to go. So I've addressed myself, and it's the same with other board members as well. You do have a right to call in and complain about us if you would like. But if it's a staff member, I am asking that you please contact your principal. If that doesn't work, you can also contact the superintendent. If you can't send it to him for any reason, you could send it to me and I will forward it. If it is another parent or another community member that you would like to complain about, this is not the space for that. This is not a space for parents to call in and fight each other over the airwaves. That's not appropriate. So please do not call in and use your airtime to start talking about other parents. If you do that, I will ask staff to shut you off. I'm not trying to be mean, but what happened at the last meeting was appropriate, and I don't want it to happen again. So again, if you want to talk about board members, we can take it. If you want to talk about staff, please send in your complaints to the principal or the superintendent. If for some reason it can't be them, you can send it to me and I'll route it. If it's about a parent, you need to find a parent or another community member. You need to find another venue to talk about people because this is not the space for that. Mr. Aurelio, please begin public comment.
All right, our first comment is from Don Gosney. Mr. Gosney, you can unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you very much. This evening, I'm speaking as the chair of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. First, I'd like to invite the board and the public to join us when we meet next at 2 p.m. on Monday, the 17th of May. We expect to receive reports on the finances of the bond program as well as updates on any ongoing projects. We hope to also see the latest draft of the 2020 annual report. We have some dedicated members of the CBOC who put in countless hours to ensure that there is a comprehensive record of what happened with the bond program during a given year. None of us envies what you all have had to go through since being sworn in. Between the massive budget deficit you were saddled with, selecting a new superintendent, and the daunting task of finding a way to reopen our schools, it's a tough job. Understandably, the heavy lift you've undertaken, though, can be so overwhelming that many of the lesser issues get overlooked. I need to bring one of them up just to remind you the problem is still there and needs to be addressed before it's past the point of no return. We still have about $650 million in bond funds available to be spent on repairing or replacing our aging and crumbling school facilities. You wouldn't have these funds at your discretion, though, if it wasn't for the promise of an independent community oversight body as a part of the system of checks and balances. To a large extent, the CBOC, as this community has known it, will no longer exist very soon if action is not taken to keep it going at the highest level that the community has come to expect. Given only 90 seconds, I can't give you the details you need to know, so I beg you to please reach out to me as soon as possible so I can help to illuminate you so you can take the appropriate action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Danielle Arono. Sorry if I butchered your name, but you may unmute.
This is Danielle. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight to share my frustration with the poor quality of instruction my child and her classmates have received this year, as well as the lack of communication from our principal. My daughter is one of the students in the second grade class at Mira Vista that has had a substitute since the permanent teacher went out on leave. I just learned yesterday from the parents of students in other second grade classes that their children are getting 45 to 60 more minutes a day of direct instruction than my daughter's class has been getting all year. As a former elementary school teacher and assistant principal, I found it odd that my daughter's so-called robust distance learning curriculum only consisted of her being on Zoom for 45 minutes and doing 40 minutes of asynchronous reading and writing. However, until yesterday, I didn't know this was only the case for her class. To be clear, this is not the fault of the substitute, as she's only following the previous teacher's plans and the guidance of the principal. What is more surprising to me is that other parents have been reaching out to our principal and to the district regarding this same issue, and they have gotten little to no response. That's why I'm calling tonight. This lack of communication from our principal does not surprise me, as I had to send multiple emails and leave multiple messages for the principal to request my daughter's report card. It wasn't until the report cards were in the mail, at least 3 weeks after we were supposed to receive them, that I got an email response from the principal. To add insult to injury, I learned quickly that except for their names, the comments in the report card were the exact same on at least 4 other students' report cards. This is unacceptable. While this year has been challenging in many ways, there's absolutely no excuse for the lack of communication and oversight from our principal in the district. I ask that you as a board and the superintendent ensure that the students in my daughter's class receive the robust distance learning curriculum they deserve for the remainder of the year.
Coroner, I need you to complete your comments. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Our next commenter, Giorgio Consentino. You may unmute.
Yeah, hi, hello, Giorgio Cosentino, Hercules parent. Just a couple things. I've been trying to get a copy of a survey that student trustee representative Emilio sent out to the students. I've never seen a copy of it. My daughter didn't receive a copy. I just wanted to see what it was that was sent out to the students. It had to do with I think surveying them about their distant learning experience. It's important to me to be able to see what communications are going to our children. It's something that, I just want to make sure, it's, I just feel like, I just want to see it. That's all. Okay, the next thing I just wanted to mention, it's on a sad note. A student suffered from, was a victim of child abuse and passed away, was killed in Rodeo. Her name, 12-year-old Anai Diaz. And in her memory, I'm asking our school district, as I asked you a year ago, to please pay more attention to potential abuse scenarios. Let's do our best to help those students whose home is not a safe place. I would like to see a copy of any sort of protocol that was issued to teachers to increase the sensitivity of monitoring. I understand it's a difficult situation, this distance learning, but we really need to do our best to rescue these kids. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Scott Rafferty. Scott, you can unmute.
So this district is the first school district in the country to have its own independent redistricting commission, something in which you should take great pride. You had the honor of being assisted in selecting the commission by one of the real icons of the civil rights movement, Judge Thelton Henderson. Instead of fulfilling the stipulated judgment, your attorneys, Lozano Smith, have been confrontational and have tried to frustrate the commission at every turn. You told them that you would provide their legal advice. You told them that you would provide their demographer. This is not consistent with the stipulation. 2 weeks ago, I was told it was on your closed agenda for today. Half an hour before that closed agenda, your superintendent wrote me that it's going to be discussed in 2 weeks. Did you discuss it at the closed agenda? Who knows? You didn't comply with the Brown Act as to the items that were on the closed agenda. So I think you've made litigation once again inevitable. And this is a great shame for the district, and it needs to change. You will receive a demand letter with regard to the Brown Act, and we can litigate that too. It's just a shame that you waste money of the district and it winds up going to Lozano Smith. Thank you.
Our next public commenter, Jose de Leon, you may unmute and begin your comment.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Duffy. First of all, I'd like to continue praising the hard work of all the site staffs during the in-person. They're doing the best for our students during this time from 8 o'clock till 5 o'clock in the afternoons, depending on the sites. But in that note, took a lot of planning to do that. And we're thankful for the communication that has been coming out for planning for summer school. But also we are eager to wait to see what the plan for the fall is. For all administrators, for all leadership teams, for all teacher administrator teams on the campuses. This is the time that we usually have most of the work done. for the following school year. And right now we're kind of standstill and in a waiting pattern. So information about the fall is very important for our sites, for our community. So please let us know what are some of the expectations coming up. Additionally, I'd like to thank some of the community members that in lieu of our Cinco de Mayo parade, they're doing their own celebrations safely in front of our sites. We thank you for that. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next commenter, Joanna Pace. You should be able to unmute now and begin your comment.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Duffy. This is Joanna Pace. I'm a resident of El Cerrito and a mother of an alum. I just want to once again remind you that to help make your meetings as transparent as possible, if someone would please announce how many people are observing on Zoom. Depending on which staff person's screen is being shared, we sometimes can see the number of attendees at the top of the screen and sometimes we can't. Right now we can't. So if periodically through the meeting, somebody would just say how many participants are, that will help us have an experience that is a little closer to actually sitting in a room with you. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Mariela Cuellar. You may unmute.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariela Cuellar. I am a mother of Richmond High School. I'm here today because I would like to request for funding to be allocated to Richmond High School. Richmond High School needs a lot of work in the building. So I would like to see Richmond High School rebuilt. Our children deserve a building that has all the necessities that students need to have in their environment. When a school environment, it's inviting, it gives the students a sense of belonging. So I would like for you to consider Richmond High School to be put on the list for construction to totally rebuild Richmond High School. I know there's some repairments that have been done in different places, but our students in Richmond High School deserve a new school. And I would like that for you to keep in mind, and also for our parents in Richmond High School. I would love for us to get together and request this. Our children need a new school. Thank you. Have a great day.
Our next comment is from Will McGee. Mr. McGee, you may unmute.
Thank you and good evening, Honorable Board President Phillips, Honorable Board members, Superintendent, and staff and community. Just wanting to give a couple of quick updates. First of all, again, thank you for that resolution. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week and Day of the Teacher. This is really unprecedented times, and so we are appreciative of all the work that the teachers are doing, as well as administrators, classified staff, and all the volunteers. So thank you. We also have been updating our Office of African American Student Achievement website. So we wanted to really put this out there for the community to please check the website. We're trying to keep it updated with scholarships for our seniors, graduating seniors. And then also we are planning to host the 3rd annual Black graduation. This is open to all African American Black students across the district who are eligible to graduate. Depending on what does happen with the shelter in place and COVID rules, our district is doing an excellent job at trying to get an in-person stadium graduation. So families, please be on the lookout for a letter that was mailed to you, as well as an email that was sent out. And lastly, I do appreciate Mr. Phillips' call for unity and support. We need to echo that and really make sure that we continue that for the betterment of all of our children, staff members, community, parents, and guardians. Thank you, board, and you guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Ramsey Hootman and Mr. Phillips, this is the last hand that was raised when we started.
Hi, I'm a WCCUSD parent, and I just wanted to remind the board and superintendent that there are still students who are being denied the opportunity for in-person learning. I know there's not much time left in the school year, but even a little bit goes such a long way, which I've seen personally with my own children. I hope that we can continue to work specifically on getting special education students the transportation they need so that they can also have the access and attention that they need. Just encourage you not to give up on this spring just because it's getting close to the end. Thank you for all of your hard work, and thank you to all the teachers who have gone above and beyond to make this happen. I will continue to look forward to seeing the plans for the fall. Thank you.
That concludes the hands that were raised when we called for public comment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Duffy, can you just take a moment and travel back in time and remind folks about the asynchronous versus synchronous teaching and why some teachers may be doing more synchronous teaching, or basically live teaching, than others, that there's not a minimum requirement, and it's up to each one of the teachers as to how much they do. I'll just do it because people keep calling in and asking this question. So the original MOU that was done, there's been multiple MOUs, but one of the MOUs that was done talked about asynchronous versus synchronous teaching, and synchronous teaching is basically live teaching. And so there's not a minimum amount of, or a minimum required amount of live teaching in there. It was left up to each educator. So that's why you see differences from classrooms or from school to school. And that's not really something that we're going to be able to change by the end of this school year. There's not that much time left. So I just wanted to answer that question because it keeps coming up over and over, and there's never been an answer really given. That is the answer. We entered into an agreement that said that did not have a minimum amount. When I say we, I'm talking about the last board. So it wasn't any of the people who were up here, but the last board entered into an agreement that did not dictate a minimum requirement of live teaching. And that's why you see the differences between classrooms and schools. So I just wanted to clear that up because people keep asking about it. That said, we are going to move on to C, which is our consent items. School board, remember that we pulled C1, we pulled C5, and we pulled C6, all for discussion. So we are not going to have public comment on this because we already did, but can I please have a motion to pass the consent calendar minus C1, C5, and C6?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Can I have a second, please?
Reckler, second.
Okay, seconded by Reckler, moved by Gonzalez-Hoy. All right, board, we're gonna move straight to the vote because this is the consent calendar.
Smith Folds, yes.
Krishna, yes.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Phillips, yes. The consent calendar passes with the exceptions of C1, C5, and C6. So the next thing that we are going to do is go on to board, committee, and superintendent communications. The only presentation that we have this evening is from the superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Good evening, trustees and community. And like a number of folks have said, we're so appreciative of our teachers this week and so many other groups of employees that we celebrate for their amazing hard work this evening. And we can go to our next slide. Great. And can we open that up into view mode? Great, thank you. So just want to share a couple recent events, what I've been up to also. Had a chance this week to visit the San Pablo City Council for a minute to share a little bit about the return to school plan in the spring, a little bit about the summer and the fall, and had also a chance to visit with our principals during their professional learning series that they hold with an organization called Leading by Learning, formerly known as Mills Teachers College. Just really want to thank the principals for allowing me in that space, which is a very personal space where they do a lot of their own reflection, growth, learning. Our graduation schedule has been finalized. That did go to the safety committee. And so we'll have that all posted on our website by tomorrow. So really excited to get that going and allow our seniors to have a chance to see their classmates one last time outdoors. Spring reopening. By our count, we have about 220 students still waiting who would like to take us up on the programs that we can offer. And so we're continuing to hustle. I heard from some principals today, they were able to get a new staff here, a new staff there, and that will allow them to continue to take more students. So we are still working. We're still working hard to find staff, and every time we find somebody and we can offer to more students, we will. I wanted to share a note about COVID testing during the spring reopening. We have had some challenges with testing. It's been, a big undertaking to work to get all of our students and all of our staff, or as many as we can, at the 55 different sites and at our central offices tested. So as of week 2, that would have been the end of last week, we're now in week 3. So we have tested 3 more days, and I don't have those numbers. But as of week 2, 50% of students were tested and about 70% of staff were tested. And we've had 11 positive cases to date, which is about 0.3%. And those positive cases, we've followed all of our COVID protocols there. So, we're trying to work as hard and fast as we can to get everybody tested. We're working with 2 different testing companies that are helping us do this. And I think we continue to learn how we can do this well. With everything happening, we have postponed our open houses that were on the calendar for these coming weeks so that we can continue to put our energy into spring, summer, and fall. And also, Crespi, as you know, Crespi Middle School, a lot going on at Crespi Middle School. They are engaging in looking at a name change, which we'll bring to the board and discuss next week, the next board meeting. But they're also, as you know, piloting 6th grade for next year, and 6th grade at the middle school. So instead of just being a grade 7-8, we're going to take a look and see about the 6-8 model, which we have at one other middle school in the district. And so we are recruiting. And I did, if he is here this evening, I'll check. I wanted to invite Guthrie Fleischman to share a few words about the 6th grade program at Crespi, so we can continue to share the message about what we are doing in 6th grade at Crespi. Yeah, let him know. So I don't know, Mr. Jordan, can you let me know if
yes, Mr. Principal Fleischman is up on the panel now.
Oh, fantastic. I can't see him from my view. So Mr. Fleischman, if you're ready, there you are, I see you. Yeah, Mr. Fleischman and his team have put in a lot of work on this, have thought about this for a number of years and finally able to get after it. So really want to thank you for the work you're doing. And yeah, why don't you take a few minutes to share with the wider community what sixth grade is going to look like at Crespi?
Excellent. Well, thank you, Superintendent Duffy. I do want to just give a few thank yous before I talk about the program. First, Superintendent Duffy, thank you for the support. When we came to you with this idea, you've been supportive from the very beginning. To the board, every conversation I've had with you in mass or in smaller settings has been incredibly supportive. I want to send a particular thank you to Trustee Smith Folds for your wisdom as a parent, as an educator, and as someone with experience in a 6 to 8 middle school. The things that you've said to me have really made a difference in the things that we're doing. So I appreciate that. Also, Bobby Jordan and Rachelle Forrest have been tremendously supportive. And what I really think is going to be, it's hard for me to overstate the support that I have received from the elementary school principals. This is not an easy conversation for elementary schools because, every student that elects to go to Crespi for 6th grade is a student that elected not to stay at their elementary school. And that's a real conversation, and it's important, and it should be honored and valued. And I really appreciate the way that conversation has been leaned into, I think, by all parties. So just a little bit about kind of the plan and kind of leading with the why. I'm now in my 6th year as the principal at Crespi. And just some of my observations have been, one of the biggest things that I've observed is that 7th grade comes at kids really quickly. And it's a bit of a shock to the system to go from an elementary model where you're in 6th grade and you have essentially one teacher all day. Sometimes you may go out for PE, or you may go out for, there's a prep teacher and things like that. But for the most part, you have one 6th grade teacher. And then they come to 7th grade and they have now 6 teachers, and they have a locker, and they have to make these transitions. And there's not a real ramp up to that. So that was part of the really impetus for this conversation, was how can we make that transition more smooth for our children? And they come and they really are wide-eyed and often intimidated by the whole, not by any individual person or anything, but just by the scene, by the mass of people. And also you're coming into a school where I've been K through 6 with all of the same peers. And now there's kids from 6 or 7 different elementary schools that you don't know, right? And I've seen the children, and I've seen parents. I kid you not, I've watched parents on the first day of 7th grade stand in front of our school in tears and just, what's going to happen? I have to go and I give mom a hug and I say, we're going to take care of your baby. I promise we're going to make it all right, right? But I think we can eliminate a lot of that by creating a softer landing with the 6th grade program. I've been fortunate enough, we have identified our 2 6th grade teachers who are ready to go. We met on Zoom earlier this week, and they were introduced to each other for the first time and started, having these collaborative conversations. Each time we have another conversation, I get more and more excited. It's becoming more real, and I'm seeing the vision come together, and it's really a positive thing. 2 really talented and experienced, not just teachers, but 6th grade teachers. Both of them have been teaching 6th grade for a long time. And today we're actually able to socially distance and come in, and I was able to show them the site and the classrooms and some of the STEM opportunities and things like that. So that's the big thing. It's from a social emotional perspective, I think it's going to be better for 6th graders to have that space. They have their own wing. So there's a 6th grade wing of the school. They're going to have one teacher for the humanities, which is English and history. And they're going to have another teacher for STEM fields of science and math. So they get a little bit of taste of, I'm going to go to one teacher, I'm going to finish with that teacher, I'm going to go to my locker, and then I'm going to go to the other teacher. But they're doing it within the confines of this 6th grade cohort, where it's safe, where it's their peers. And when I say it's safe, it's not unsafe in the rest of the school, but it's familiar is a better word to say. They are then also going to have a daily elective. The majority of those students in 6th grade are going to be a part of a 6th grade elective wheel that is taught by those 6th grade teachers. Those students who choose to take the year-long music classes, we have spaces available for 6th graders to take music. That's the one place in which they're going to interact and integrate with 7th and 8th graders. within the kind of structure of the school day. However, within a kind of a nuclear program like that, like within a sports team or within a student club, we feel like the relationships will be strong enough that the 7th and 8th graders that are there will not be, it won't be as intimidating for the 6th graders to be in that space. With regard to the daily electives, we're looking at partnership with MESA, which that's a longer conversation for those that are not familiar with MESA. Look it up, MESA. It's a math and engineering program nationwide, but we're working on a partnership with them for that elective wheel. We're working one of the teachers is going to have the students working in the garden. We're going to do some community service work within the 6th grade program elective wheel. And so we're giving them a taste of what secondary school is like, what middle school is like, but with kind of the safety net and the structure and the family orientation of an elementary. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. They also will have daily PE. I don't know if I mentioned that, but they will have a daily PE class built into our master schedule with credentialed PE teachers. Again, a section set aside just for 6th graders. So they won't go into like the locker room space, which very safe. Just to be very clear, the locker rooms at Crespi are very safe, but it still could be intimidating for a 6th grader going in there with 8th graders. So we're creating a space where they can get to know the campus, they get to know the norms. We've done a lot of work, and I think those that have been on our site prior to COVID have kind of seen the climate and culture that has been developed. Huge shout out to the teachers, staff, and everybody else at Crespi. I'm by far the luckiest principal in this district to be able to work with the people that I work with. And then the last thing that it gets you the opportunity to do is be involved in our after school program and our after school sports teams as part of our district middle school sports league. So that's kind of in a nutshell. I don't know if I've gone over my time, Mr. Duffy, but I'm not sure if I'm to answer any questions or here at the disposal of the board and the soup.
That's great. Well, let me, I'm going to share a couple last things in my report. And then if the board has questions or comments, President Phillips will lead them through that protocol. And there may be some for you. So just hang tight for a minute. Couple of upcoming events to share. Tomorrow night, Soaring to Excellence, we celebrate our teachers. Tomorrow evening, it's going to be a great event. It's hosted by the Ed Fund and Jesus Galindo, who is a former teacher winner, teacher at Lincoln, just a fabulous teacher. He'll be emceeing. I'll also get a chance to say a couple of words, but we'll be honoring teachers and some students. No school Monday, just a reminder. So that's a reserve day, a smoke day that we have held on the calendar in case we needed it for instruction, but we didn't, thankfully, this year. Graduation ceremonies in person, running May 22nd, which is the middle college day, and then the bulk of them June 3rd to June 12th. The week of May 24th, big week, busy week, reclassification ceremony on Monday, African-American Students of Honor on Tuesday. Our new superintendent, Dr. Kenneth, goes by Chris Hurst, joins the district May 17th. So this is really exciting for the district, and he and I have some overlap time together, which is great for the transition. And I will lead the May 19th board meeting with him here, and then he will take the June board meetings, and really by May 24th, getting into that second week he's here, he'll really take over the operational reins of the district. So we welcome Dr. Hurst and really looking forward to his arrival and transition. Also, the county is working with us now around thinking about vaccinations, COVID vaccinations for students 12 and above. We may be potentially hosting vaccination clinics for students 12 and above as part of a regional strategy to get as many students 12 and above vaccinated. So there'll be more coming about that, but we had a first meeting with the county and all of the superintendents in Contra Costa County about this and using different district facilities, potentially using Pinole Valley, De Anza, and Kennedy High, maybe on consecutive weeks, something like that. So we're working on that. And then we'll have our employee celebration and retirement event all together on Thursday, June 3rd. It was going to be on Friday. It's not a live event, it's a Zoom event, so more of a watch party, but we'll have a really nice ceremony put together to honor our retirees and our employees. So that is my report this evening. So if there's any, I don't know if there's any public comment, but any questions for myself or Principal Fleischman, happy to take those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. We are going to start with questions about the report. Board members, please try, or not please try, please limit your questions to what was actually in the report. So we can try to stay more focused than we have been recently. If he said it, ask him about it. If he didn't, please don't. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
Superintendent Duffy, of the 220 students still waiting, can we have a demographic breakdown of those students who are still waiting? And you can just send it or put it in your Friday memo.
Yes, we've promised you that, and we need to get that to you. So yes, we will.
Well, that's a secondary question. The first thing you promised was a demographic breakdown per site of all the students attending. This is a secondary question. So I would like to have the demographic breakdown per site of all the students attending in spring. And then additionally, I would like to have the breakdown of the demographic breakdown of the 220 waiting. So there's two things. In safety and climate, it was very helpful to explain mandatory and random COVID testing. Could you explain that or have Dr. Wool explain that since he was at safety and climate?
Sure. I'll go for it, and hopefully I explain it the same way that Dr. Wold explained it. So we are doing mandatory testing as a baseline as our first test for everyone in these first weeks of school. And next week is the last week that we're trying to catch everybody to do that first test, students and staff. We do know that some students and some staff have asked out of the testing for personal, religious, medical reasons, but we're trying to capture everyone. And then after the first administration of testing, move to a random sampling. So we wouldn't be testing everyone. We'd be testing about 20% of the participants on a random basis. So Dr. Wold, how did I do?
Real good. The random, however, will be 20% of each cohort, and we plan to do that each week. So we will ultimately get through the entire cohort, and we'll be able to ensure that we're testing each of our distinct groups. So that will be random, but we'll actually be able to identify the first group that's random and schedule them so those families and staff will know it's my turn this week, your turn next week. It goes through. So that's how the random will work on the 20%, so that we're continually checking every single cohort all the way through spring.
And Superintendent Duffy, I didn't catch it. I caught the slide, but I didn't catch the number. What percent have we already tested as of now? Did you have a percentage? I think 70% of staff, correct?
Yeah, we have about, from the data I was looking at today, which is only from last week. So we don't have the roll up from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of this week, but last week, it looks like we have about 70% of staff have been tested and about 50% of students. I think that's going to be markedly higher after this week. So if we have that, by the time I share the demographic data with you, I'll include that as well, or for the board.
It's jumping up. It's closer to 95% on staff across most of the schools now. And the schools, there were a couple that had no data and are now at like 80%. So we are seeing many more, and we're gonna go right back to those that aren't at full testing capacity and make sure that next week we capture that entire school.
Okay, so it's jumping up for staff, but right now for students, it's still kind of, we don't know
It's-
yet because we have to kind of roll in the new data.
The secondary is higher than the elementary, and the elementary is catching up fast.
Okay, and then Superintendent Duffy, when you have the potential reopening, or we have the potential to open up as a vaccination station, have you calculated in the impact that that's going to have on the number of people on campus? And have you calculated the impact that that's going to have on our food services?
Yes, we talked about that this morning. So Mr. Jordan was at a meeting with a couple of our other teammates with the county, and that's exactly what we've been talking about to see what would that be like. Could we do it? How do we do it? How do we maybe have separate areas of the campus so that we can support the vaccination effort, but also make sure, you know, things still run smoothly. So that's something we are trying to stay on top of, and we won't do it if, you know, we can't do it smoothly. So
okay, and you calculated the impact it'll have on our CSOs and on the people just working in the site. So I appreciate that. Principal Fleischman, I want to thank you for your innovation. I'm also very much looking forward to having a conversation about your name change. I saw I went to the Zoom presentation that your students did a couple of months ago, and it was absolutely wonderful. I enjoyed listening to all of their reasoning. I enjoyed listening to the fact that they did the research and then they came back and they articulated what they wanted so well, and they advocated so highly for themselves and what impact the name has on them. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation with not only you and your community, but also your students that go to the school. I'm also looking forward to that new 6th grade pilot program. I think it's going to be absolutely wonderful for your community. President, oh, that wasn't a question, sorry. Well, Fleischman, do you agree? No, now I made it.
I do. Thank you. And if I can, that night was one of the proudest moments of my career as an educator. The children were fantastic.
They really, really were. Thank you, President Phillips. That's all of the questions I have for right now.
And before we go to the next person, I do want to say, Trustee Smith Bowles, thank you for catching that. I do appreciate it. I really do. So the next person is Mr. Christian.
I have no questions at this time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, just comments.
Okay, Mrs. Reckler.
I do have a couple of questions. Principal Fleischman, how many kids do you think you're going to have for 6th grade?
Our goal is to get to 60 for our 2 cohorts. Right now, we've got just shy of 30 signed up. Last I checked, it was, I think, 27 or 28 that are signed up at this point. The information for parents, anyone that's interested, is on our school website. It's on the district website, or if you go to choosecrespystem.net, the information is there too. So we're, like I said, we're at about 27, 28 right now. Goal is 60 for next year.
Okay, great. And then to Superintendent Duffy, I've got a couple of questions on your report. The first one is, were we able to clarify if forms are being filled out for every time people are tested, or is it one form per testing event?
Good question. I'm going to have to turn that over to Dr. Wold. I don't know. He's going to have to help me where we landed on that.
We did clarify that it is a new form each time. Now that we're moving to the random and we'll be able to pre-schedule, we'll be able to help make that a much more seamless piece as we go forward.
And is there a written protocol that went out, or?
We're going to be putting all of that out this week. That's been our work behind the scenes.
Okay, thank you. And then for positive case details, I'm not really so much interested in the kids, but I'm interested in the adults that tested positive. Do we know if they were vaccinated?
We have been following up to find that, and I'll be putting something out tomorrow with a summary to everybody of all of the cases we've had, whether we were able to verify if they were vaccinated or not.
Okay, because the vaccine is proving to be immensely effective. So I'm thinking false positive or not vaccinated. It's not impossible, but it's like 1 out of 10,000 people.
We will have that information out probably tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. I never got my follow-up on the SBAC. You didn't talk about it, but throwing it out there.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. And there was also supposed to be a summer presentation that didn't happen. So we're May 5th.
So Trustee Reckler, we will have
All right,
a
done.
comment
Sorry,
period.
done.
No problem. Just, we will have a comment period where everybody can get it out that they need to get it out. Emiliano, you're next.
I have no questions at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. I have one question, and I'm asking this question because I sent an email that was not responded to. Are we legally able to mandate that the children are tested?
I think we are able to legally mandate that. However, I do think there are exceptions and so maybe that contradicts a legal mandate, but I do think we can have it as a requirement, but I do think there are acceptable ways, legally acceptable ways for families to opt out of that requirement.
And this follows the regular immunization laws in a sense where there are very specific categories, but immunizations are a requirement for school.
Okay, so two questions. And okay, I'll go backwards. So Dr. Wold, I'll ask you a follow-up question. So the legally required immunizations, there's a list of those, correct?
Correct.
And the COVID vaccination is not on the list, correct?
Correct.
Two new, correct.
So what are you talking about when you say that we're following the legally required regular vaccines when those vaccines are actually listed?
So when you have a new situation and case law is still in process, you follow based on the practices that are in place. And the majority of practices have been towards full testing. The travel industry is mandating it. Other industries are mandating it as a condition. And our current law in a similar genre, which is vaccinations, follows that same precedent. So
Okay.
while we allow the legislation to catch up to the world, we start with the safest course of action, which is all being tested.
So Dr. Wald, we're not the travel industry, are we?
We are a public school district.
Okay. And the law says what is mandated for vaccine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the law does not say that the COVID vaccine is mandated for kids to go to school, correct?
And we're not mandating that kids be vaccinated because it hasn't been made available.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say the vaccine, that the testing, the law does not mandate that testing is required for kids to go to school, correct?
The law is silent on that.
So is that correct? That the law does not mandate that kids be tested to go to school? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
And thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. And you guys also saw so this is what I would like you to do, because the only reason I'm asking these questions is because I sent an email that wasn't responded to, and I don't want to do this dance because it looks silly. I know you guys saw the thing from the CDC that says it's illegal to mandate kids to do this. So instead of thinking about what you can do, please go talk to a lawyer so we don't get sued. Those are my questions. Do we have any public comment?
There are no hands raised at the moment. Oh, wait, one.
Okay. Please let that person go.
Okay, Casey Carter, you may unmute and begin your comment.
Hi,
Hi there.
Cassie Carter. I just wanted to call in to I won't name this site since Mr. Phillips has not want us to make any complaints, but you do have a site that is not taking temperatures at all. My daughter has never had her temperature taken one time, not even one time since she's been in person. She came with me to drop her brother off at a different site today, and she was quite shocked to see all the temperatures being taken, wondering why her temperature has never been taken. And also, the parents are calling into the board meetings with complaints because despite numerous emails beginning as far back as January to our site and the district, nothing has been addressed. Instructional minutes have been brought up twice now. Got it. We get less. That's that. That's that. But that is only one of many issues that we've been having. So here's a pro tip. If you want parents to stop calling in, advise the district and the principal to address complaints before they feel that that is the last avenue. Thank you.
That concludes comments.
And ma'am, you can say what the site is. I'm not saying that people can't call in and complain. And I just want to reiterate what I was saying earlier. If you want to complain about board members, that's fine. If you have you want to complain about individual staff members, what I'm asking is that you actually send those complaints to the superintendent or to your principal. I'm asking. I'm not saying that you can't call in and complain. I'm just asking that you do that. I am saying that if people want to call in and use public comment to complain about other members of the community, or other parents or other guardians, like actual community members, that is what I'm saying is not actually appropriate. And that's what I'm saying that I will actually ask staff to cut you off. But if you have, contacted the superintendent or someone and you feel that you need to say, it is this site, you can do that. I'm not saying that you can't. So if you want to come back on and say what site you're talking about, that's up to you. And you can do that now if you'd like. Just raise your hand. I think the person raised their hand. Mr. Aurelio, can you bring it back, please?
Yes, Ms. Carter, you should.
Washington Elementary is not taking temperatures when students enter the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that the only comment?
That was the one hand that was raised when we called for comments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Aurelio and Mr. Duffy. These complaints that you do hear, and Mr. Hurst, Dr. Hurst, when you start, but these complaints that you do hear, please take note of them and please follow up. Because what Ms. Carter is saying is true, that when people start calling into these board meetings, it's because generally they've complained, and they haven't been heard. And so we do recognize that, but it should not get to that. We're going to go on to board discussion. If there is any discussion, or it's not really discussion, if you have any comments, Mrs. Smith-Folds.
My only comment is just to reiterate the long list of asks that are coming from the board. I would like those to start getting knocked off as soon as possible so we can remain as transparent as possible. I do want to make sure that the dashboard on the district is accurate with the number of cases that are being recognized. There's a little discrepancy with that, so I want to make sure that that gets cleaned up right away so we can be as accurate as possible. And I also want to make sure that we all understand that I don't think that parents are calling in or community members are calling in complaining, Superintendent Duffy. I think they're calling in making sure that you are aware of the needs and the asks that are out there. So I think a complaint is from a position of not having authority, but I think making you aware and making sure that you're clear about what's happening in our community is from a position of advocacy and a position of power. So I want to encourage us to remain open to those conversations with every member of our community, from our teachers, our admin, our staff, our students, to our parents, and because we're all working for the same goal. So we all need to maintain awareness that when we're speaking from the tone of advocacy. We just want to make things better. And that includes everyone that calls and emails, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Christian, you have any comments?
No comments.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, do you have any comments, sir?
Yes, thank you. First, I wanted to thank Mr. Fleischman for his presentation and everything you're doing for the Crespi community. I also was able to participate in the name change conversation. Two of my students presented, old students presented, which was amazing to see. So great work there. And I look forward to seeing more about that name change and how we can support you. So thank you for being here. Mr. Duffy, I'm really excited about the potential of having vaccination sites for our youth in our district. So please let us know how we can support that process. I, of course, agree with some of the concerns Trustee Smith-Full shared, but I think it would be a great opportunity to start vaccinating our youth. And hopefully this summer we see the younger ages also get approval by the FDA. Hopefully we'll also see that. So please continue to create that partnership with the county because I think it's so critical. For the vaccinations, I think that there's still obviously a lot of misunderstandings. The more that we can communicate to teachers and principals about the testing, sorry, not the vaccinations, the testing, I think the better, because there's still confusion even at the sites between staff. So I think over communicating will be actually most effective on that right now. I really do appreciate that you all are keeping track of the numbers and are in constant communication with us on that. I think it's showing that the system's working, even if we're still working through some kinks. To me, that's critical to continue to get that information. It is critical for both students and staff so that we can continue to build trust and continue to expand the programs. So I just want to say thank you for that constant communication. And if you can keep us updated on the issues, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. That's my last comment.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, thank you. Mrs. Reckler? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. So to Principal Fleischman, thank you for your work, and I'm really excited to see you hit your goal. So keep us updated. Really excited. And I also went to the name changing Zoom, and it was adorable. So it was just the cutest thing, and they advocated and fought for what they believed in. It was super. To Superintendent Duffy, since that school is in my area, if I may officially formally ask you just to follow up. And then I also been super excited about doing the vaccine centers for kids 12 to 16. So I appreciate that and thank you for that work. And then once again, I didn't get my follow up on SBAC summer, and thank you for posting the graduation schedule. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Emiliano?
I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really just have one comment. I don't want to give the impression that I don't think that students should be tested. I do, and I encourage parents to not opt out and to allow their students to be tested. I just want to make sure that when we do things and we say things that they are legally compliant, because we have a habit of getting ourselves into trouble. And again, you know, this is a question that I asked offline. It was not responded to, and that's the only reason that I did it tonight. But I do want to say that I believe it's important for students and staff to be tested. And even if it's not legally required, I think that parents, please, for the safety of our entire school community, allow your children to participate in testing. Those are my comments on this item. Mr. Duffy, thank you for your report. Mr. Fleischman, thank you very much for calling in. So with that, we are going to go to our next item. So we're going to do something a little different this evening. I know that folks have been asking us to put items that are of great community concern to move them up in the agenda. And sometimes, because I've been on the board, this is my 5th year now, sometimes you get stuck because you're used to seeing things a certain way. And so instead of moving the individual items around, what we've done tonight is we've inverted the discussion and action items. Because a lot of times we do end up having discussion and then we do our action items really late. So hopefully this will, everybody's not going to be happy, but we will get to our action items sooner tonight. And hopefully it works for the board and we're fresh when we're doing this kind of thing, and people who wanted to see action items. We'll try it this way and we'll see it a little sooner. So for the people who did call in, it took a minute for me to figure out like, okay, how do we do this? And this is an option. So let's see how it works. So the item that we have is E1. No, E1 is pulled. It's off of the agenda. That's going to come back. So what we're doing right now is E2, 2020-2021 single plan for student achievement. And this is a combination of staff and the academic subcommittee, which is chaired by Trustee Smith-Folds. So take it away, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We are the academic committee. Mr. Aurelio and Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy and I, we make up the academic committee. We tackled SPSAs together as a team, so we're gonna kind of share this presentation a little bit. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is the single plan for student achievement, or known as the SPSA? Well, the single plan for student achievement, the SPSA, is a document that represents a school cycle of continuous improvement of student achievement. The annual process of developing, reviewing, and updating the SPSA includes a comprehensive review of data and the development of actions necessary to achieve the school goals. In essence, the SPSA is a blueprint to improve the academic performance of all students. So the SPSA is used as a guide to the work. This should not be a compliance-driven document. We need to show how the dollars are being spent and what the sites are getting out of it. So that's what we're doing when we're looking at these SPSAs. These are a living, breathing document, and we need to see the connections between the action items, the data, the dollars, and the results. Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, do you have anything to add to this slide?
No, thank you, Chair Smith-Folds. You explained it perfectly.
Thank you. Mr. Aurelio, anything to add?
Just a reminder that the school site councils are part of the team that reviews and approves these plans at the site level. And so part of that development does include stakeholder groups beyond just, say, the school leadership team. It does include parents in that process.
Perfect. Thank you for adding that. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the academic committee and the SPSA review. So this is what we did. So all SPSAs were reviewed by the academic committee. What we did was we broke them down into 3 categories. So we had elementary schools, we had middle schools, and we had high schools. Mr. Aurelio and his office reviewed all of them. What we did was we divided it up so we could take a deep dive into the 3 separate pockets. So I took elementary school, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy took high school, and Mr. Aurelio took middle school. I also took the K-8s. Each member then came back to the academic committee, and we shared trends, observations, and we gave general feedback that does go back to the sites, and we gave recommendations for what we want the next set of SPSAs to begin to look like. Next slide, please. Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, this one's you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith-Folds. So one of the main things that we noticed after reading hundreds of pages of the SPSAs was that we were lacking an executive summary for families and staff who didn't want to read 50 pages of their own school SPSA. So Mr. Aurelio's staff designed these cover sheets so that they're user-friendly for anyone who is interested, student, parent, staff, community members who are interested to read about the SPSAs. And each site had one of these created, which had data about the site, which had the goals, priorities, and kind of the main pieces of the SPSA. Of course, community members are able to access the full thing, but we felt that this was really important so that people could start actually paying more attention to these documents, which were not user-friendly.
And Trustee Gonzalez, if I could add, I want to make sure, I want to give the right people credit. Lynn Potter in state and federal and her team developed this. I don't want to own it in my office. Technically, state and federal is under Dr. Wold, and so in his office, obviously they did a lot of the work, and so they did this work to create these 2-page summaries.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. And yes, thank you to that staff because they did a lot of work in a very short amount of time. Back to you, Trustee Smith-Folds. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And thank you, Ms. Potter, for making sure that we had all of those at the ready to look at. The academic committee also wanted a rubric. So we wanted to try to standardize how we're looking at each of these documents because they are a heavy document. And we had over 50 to look at. So what we did was we asked for a rubric. The academic committee asked for a rubric and we got one back. And so what we did with that rubric is each one of us took one of our sites. For example, I took Lupine Hills Elementary School because it's an elementary school. And I looked at the SPSA and then I looked at this rubric and I checked, graded, looked at it and saw and made notes and comments to it. Those notes and comments are what we then turned around and looked for with the trends. So we were trying to find what kind of ran through the elementary school SPSAs, what ran through the middle school SPSAs, and what trends ran through the high school SPSAs. And then again, we brought that back to the academic committee and we took some deep dives in that. And from those trends or the lack of information, if we found the lack of information, we took that information and said, this is how we're going to form our recommendation for future SPSAs. And this is the information that needs to go float back to the sites. Next slide, please.
So to be clear, we were really reviewing these past school years SPSAs for the 2021 school year. Due to COVID, we obviously are looking at them a little late, but we did do our work and it actually was able to guide us the work that we're going to do next year. So the timeline for the development of next year's SPSAs, in April, there was a training and overview on the development and tasks and methodology, for administrators and really also some ILT teams or leadership teams. In May, individual meetings with schools as thought partners on SPSAs were developed, and I believe that was ran and developed by Mr. Aurelio's staff and department. And please, Mr. Aurelio, add anything if I miss anything.
No, I would keep going back to state and federal. Lynn Potter and her team hold a lot of this work. They are the ones who do some of the small group and meet and the training of our sites to get through this process. And then you can see the rest of the timeline of when they're drafted, when they would eventually come back to the board for 21-22.
That's right. Thank you.
One thing I did want to add that came out of a recommendation from the academic committee is that we really want to move towards a system where our sites, our principals or their teams actually present to the academic committee their SPSAs, essentially sort of a summary of their plan and also a review of their data, right? Because that is a really integral part of the development is that you're reviewing your annual data and that really drives the recommendations and the action items that they do. And we've heard loud and clear from all stakeholder groups, tell me what's working, what's not working. And that is clearly the way that document's supposed to work. And like Trustee Smith-Folds said, it's a living, breathing document that it's not a, you do it once, you set it, put it on the shelf and you leave it there. You really need to come back to it and review it with the school site councils throughout the year. You also need to make sure that the ELAC and the APAC has opportunity to provide feedback that will drive that work.
And to be clear, Ms. Potter also came and trained the academic committee, specifically Trustee Smith-Folds and I in the community on how to read the SPSAs. So we were able to see the training that she ended up doing as well with staff later on, which was very, very helpful. So just to walk us through this timeline at the end. So in June, sites are submitting their final draft of the SPSAs. In July, the central office is reviewing them and drafting and providing feedback to sites. In November, the final SPSA is reviewed by ELAC and APAC and approved by the SSEs. And in January, the SPSAs will be approved by the board, but in between, the academic subcommittee is going to be reviewing them and getting these presentations we talked about in the fall. Back to you, Trustee Smith-Folds.
Thank you so much. Mr. Aurelio, you popped my bubble. I was going to say that part about the recommendations, about what we had
I'm
coming
so
up.
sorry.
That's okay. That is okay. It is fine. I will still repeat myself. I'm good for that. So to conclude, what I want to make sure that everyone understands is the SPSA is a plan to guide the work. The SSCs, your school site council, should be intimately involved with the SPSA and the implementation of it. So you need to make sure that you're aware of your SSC. If you're not a member of SSC, those are open meetings to the public. You may attend those meetings. And the SPSA is the easiest way to think of it is a blueprint that outlines the scope and the sequence of the work that's supposed to be done that year. And it's a data-driven document. The district is to help support the development of the SPSAs, and we do that through training with the admins and a one-on-one meetings that also occur. The district is to be a thought partner with sites and to help them walk through things like budget modification and data analysis. We also have our two very specific groups of our ELAC parents and our APAC parents that should be consulted when we're planning out the SPSA documents. If you look at the SPSA documents that are readily available on the district website and on the academic committee page, Facebook, or not Facebook, on the academic committee's website page, you can go and you can look at each one of the school's SPSAs, and in that you will see clearly outline what is supposed to happen for African American and Black children in the district and what is supposed to happen for our English language learners in the district. So just to run through very quickly, we also, here are our recommendations. So for the 2021 and 2022 year, we are expecting a list of inequality needs of all elementary, middle, and high schools, because we talked about that. There's a part of the SPSA that says what they need, like what's the school's, what the school is lacking, what the school could use help in. So what we want is a list of that so we can present it to the district and they can start helping sites. So that's what we talked about. We also talked about a data summit or the day of SPSA. And this came from Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, if I remember correctly, and it was a day for sites to come and present their SPSA. A lot like when you do your dissertation and you have to present. It's one of the things that we want to show that there is a real investment between this document and the way that our school's narrative happens, because it's very important, because it runs the school and we want to make it very public and we want to make it very transparent. So every part of the school community is invested in the SPSA, which means they have an investment in their school and the narrative of how that school is running. Just as a side note, good afternoon or good evening, student trustee Thomas. I hope you won your game. I see you. Hi, I'm glad you're back. The last thing that we said that we want to recommend is for those summary pages. And Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy mentioned that on the summary pages, we want Ms. Potter and her team to please add a theory of action. We want that part to be on that summary page because, again, that summary page is not only a snapshot for the school community, but it's a snapshot for anybody who's looking to come into WCCUSD. They can look at the schools and they can see what the school has to offer. So we thought that would be very good. Just to go over a little bit of the trends that we found. Just give me 1 second. I just have to find my note. So a lot of the schools, goal 2 and 3 were really well written, and they had some good theories of action tied to the budget. The trends are the next level. We want to know, well, what we found to be is that when they were talking about their goals, one thing almost every site mentioned was that the cuts had an impact. The cuts that happened had an impact on their services to kids. So we found that to be a trend. At the middle school level, we want more emphasis on exactly the correlation between money and action. So this is the money that you spent, this is who is going to impact, and this is the result that you want to, the baseline data, this is what you want to see happen. When we were talking about elementary schools, the trend was elementary schools need a lot of funding. Elementary school is one of our, they have unique challenges. We found it to be true that they had unique challenges. The other thing that we want to make sure that everyone understands when it comes to the SPSA, we want to reiterate, again, living document, again, ownership, and again, that you have the right to see your SPSA. It is also publicized, and we want to make sure that this board is not just allowing SPSAs to be checked off as a box checked, but we are making sure that the SPSAs are actually being lived out on the sites. And we do that through support, and we do that through resources. Thank you, Trustee Phillips. We are available to answer any questions, but we did such a great presentation. I'm sure there's none.
You can't see my face. I am smiling. Questions, normally you would be starting tonight. So we're going to go to the second person, which is Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Great presentation, well presented, but I don't have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, you're going to ask yourself questions, but go ahead.
No, thank you. I'm good. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mrs. Reckler.
Trustee Reckler, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I don't know what is going on with this tonight, but I'm having an electronic downturn in my life. So I just want to bring up again, I think the name on these changed, and it's the School Plan for Student Achievement. And I think I saw a single plan for student achievement a couple of times in the document. So I'm just hoping that we can clarify that there was a name change to School Plan for Student Achievement. And I know it's really hard to remember. So if someone could check that. And then the second question I have is, were site councils supposed to be meeting this year? Do you know?
Yes, and I can answer that. I did check Trustee Reckler with that question. I think you submitted that earlier. And I checked in with Marin Trujillo, who helps manage the development of those site councils. And they were formulated. They obviously did not meet as often as they typically would in a regular school year where there's meetings happening in person, but they were consulted in the SPSA process and of course the approval of the SPSAs.
Okay, they were. And so if people wanted those documents, what would they do? Would they ask their principal?
The principal should have records, the minutes or agendas from those meetings.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem.
Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, Emiliano, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Leon, do you have any questions? We're on item E2, which is the SBSA.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Trustee Smith-Foltz, can you take us back to slide 6?
Is that slide 6 for everyone, I believe? Yep, there it is.
Yeah, the timeline. Okay, so, and anybody on the team can answer this. Where does the academic committee fit in this? So like if you see November 21 approved by SSC, and then you see January 22 board approval, realistically, a lot of work doesn't get, if it's the end of November, we don't really do a lot of work in December. Then it's January. So where is it carved out for the academic subcommittee to be able to do this work?
So Trustee Phillips, Mr. Aurelio and I probably will be able to answer this, but I'll let Mr. Aurelio go first, and then I will kind of piggyback on that.
So I know it's a little awkward because I won't be here for that, but I think in the thought process in developing a data summit, one thing with doing that is it doesn't necessarily have to fall in a regular Monday academic committee. A data summit could be a Saturday, for example. There is an opportunity to invite a number of schools to do quick 5 to 10 minute presentations of their, so you can squeeze a lot in a short amount of time. That's one thing. The other piece is, even though it says November finalized SPSC, these are generalized timelines. Some schools will have finalized their SPSAs in September, October. And so we'll be able to do a phased approach, and they're not all going to come November, December. Like there will be a phased process to get schools in to do that work.
And so, Mr. Trustee Phillips, just to piggyback on that, we live all in this. From April to January, the academic committee, we live all in this. So Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy and I are very much aware that this cannot be left to the last minute. It's a living, breathing document. So we're looking at them and we're sending that information back through the through Mr. Aurelio's office back to the sites, and then it comes back. It is going to be a sports term, volleyed back and forth. So it doesn't just live in 1 month or one date. This is on the academic committee constantly because we know that it is so important and we want to do it differently. So it's not going to stay just within 1 month. Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, is that accurate?
That's right. Yeah. And we were talking about developing these data days. We definitely don't want to leave it till January. So we're going to schedule some additional special meetings throughout the fall so that as sites are ready, we can hear them, and we'll use the same template that we use as a rubric to study their SPSAs. And now that we have some experience, it'll be a little easier for us to find the gaps and the strengths.
Thank you. And my next question is the inequality needs list. Can you talk a little more about that?
So, and everybody feel free to jump in, but when you look at a SPSA, there's a part of the SPSA that talks about what a site needs, like what a site, where they need extra resources or extra help or extra guidance. So what we would like is for those lists per site to be then listed in one long document. So the district has an understanding of what sites need. For example, elementary schools are very unique. You'll have one elementary school that the principal goes out and does the traffic, right? That takes away time for the other duties. That is a unique need that that administrator needs on that site. You'll have another school that has another unique need and so on, but we want to have those listed out. Because if we don't list them, we cannot then expect for them to actually be taken care of. We want accountability on all fronts, and the way to do that is to have a running list so we can hold ourselves accountable as a board and as the academic committee, and we can also hold the district accountable to, all right, it's mid-year. Where's our list? What have you checked off? What have you went back and done with the sites? What resources have you provided? How have you helped? Our biggest goal in academic committee is to get the culture shift of service. How can we serve? The SPSA is one of the ways that it tells you in that document, it says, this is what we need help with. So as the academic committee, we see that as a rallying call. This is the way you can serve us. So we want a list.
And if I could add, President Phillips, the line here, it says resource inequities clearly described. That was a new feature added to the template this year. It's also part of, I believe it's part of the LCAP as well. That didn't exist in the past, didn't have the right to those inequities, and now it's an actual piece of the template.
Thank you very much. And then this list that you want to create, would this list be prioritized?
That's a good question. Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we haven't thought that far into it, to be honest, but what I was most interested to see was if there were large trends, like if there were 15 out of the 30 elementary schools that said, we really need a grad tutor, right? So that then we could make that recommendation to you and Ms. Reckler and the budget committee to take that question on or whatever, right? So we had never really seen that before, and we kind of felt like the first step was put it all together and then decide what to do with it. So Ms. Potter really trained sites to kind of see that question as, what is it that you need to push your school to the next level that you don't have? It was kind of framed that way, which helped because yeah, a lot of sites put like things like, I need a new site built, but a lot of them also put like, we really need this PD, which we cannot afford, right? And I think those are easier lifts to ask of us potentially than like, of course, building a whole school. But it was really good for us to see that. And then we could make those recommendations to Mr. Aurelio's staff on like, these could move forward. Obviously building a site is a long-term thing. We can't do that right now, but so that we could have a conversation. But we haven't please add anything, Trustee Smith-Folds, but we haven't really had a conversation about how are we going to prioritize those or anything like that.
And I think what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy is speaking to is accurate. We need to see the list, like see it in an actual list form and see what's heavy lifts and what's easy lifts. I know some of the things are hopefully easier than others, and some of them can happen faster than others. What we found to be true is if you can help a site with one thing, it makes an impact. If you can help it with 3 things, it makes an impact. So if we start checking things off of this list and actually flushing out resources to our sites, then we're going to see a dynamic change over time. And that's what we want to do. Our goal is that the 2021-2022 list is the 2022-23 is a lot shorter because we're making those strides. So it's another way for us to also keep data on what we're doing as a committee and what we're doing as a district. And I also want to say there's a lot of prior knowledge just from our board trustees. If one of the lists is we don't have a PTA, well, pick up the phone and Trustee Reckler knows how to help you. You kind of get what I'm saying? So we need to see it in list form because we did have one of those. One of it was like, we don't know how to form a PTA. One of it was like, we need help with APAC. Well, it's one of those things that we don't have an APAC. How do we reach out to parents? We need help forming an ELAC. So all of these things that we're doing is suggestions that we can see and then float right back to the site. Here are some suggestions on what to do with that. And again, at the academic committee, because when we see the list, we also are very much aware that we bring the experts to the table. So if we start seeing these trends and these lists over time, then what we can do is we can categorize them and bring people to the table that can turn around and have these conversations, and the suggestions get right back out to the community and they get right back out to the sites.
Thank you. And then the day of SBSA, can you talk a little bit more about that?
So
I'm making you guys work tonight, but this is good. So please, you can't see my face. This is good.
So Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy came up with this. We haven't really came up with a name, but I love a good art. I love a good alliteration. So, I love something that kind of has a little rhyme to it and a little music behind it. So the day of SPSA or the data summit, whatever. So it was Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's brainchild. What I like to add to it is the bells and whistles. I want a admin to come and really be excited about their school and really be excited about presenting their narrative to us about what their school is doing to serve the greatest degree of these students. So Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, I'm going to leave it to you. It's just every admin listening. I'm looking for the tailgate version of the day of SPSA. Like, I would like you to wear your school colors. I want you to, if you have a fight song, come in with a marching band, because we want to see how well you're doing at your school, and we want to see you driving that data. So Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, if you would like to speak to that.
Yeah, Trustee Smith-Folds, you said it right. President Phillips, I think that it was just a time for principals or really any site leader who has worked on the SPSA to kind of give us a little bit of more thought behind. The SPSAs are hard because we only get a small paragraph to read how a school is going to move the needle on African-American achievement, right? Like, how can we really measure that with a small paragraph? So we kind of want to use that after we read the SPSAs to ask more clarifying questions of the site, dig a little deeper on each school's vision, or questions that we might just have that we didn't see in the document, because obviously a large lift on stuff too. But yeah, Trustee Smith-Folds kind of framed it really well.
And Trustee Phillips, just to say, when we looked at these SPSAs, there were some shining stars, and we would be remiss if we didn't say that. There were some really, really well done SPSAs. It was really the moment, and I said this at academic committee, and I'll repeat it. It was really the moment when you go in and you judge a science fair project and you know who mamas helped them. You know what I mean? So there was some, because their science project has borders and flyers and all kind of bells and whistles. We saw some SPSAs that we know had peer community involvement. We know that the staff really invested in writing these SPSAs in their narrative. There are some of our schools that have some of the best narratives written about who they are. And you saw it shining through in the SPSA. That's the standard we're trying to raise all SPSAs to. And we know that you can't get there by yourself. That is one of the reasons why Mr. Aurelio and the other officers are saying, listen, we're going to help. We're having the one-on-ones. We're going to meet with you. We're going to make sure that everyone is able to have the resources to bring their SPSA, this living, breathing document, up to this standard of just, your mama helped you with the science fair project. We want all of our school sites to look like their living, breathing documents to look like that.
Thank you. And then the summary pages that have been created already, you're saying you want to add a theory of action to that? Okay.
If I may, yeah, President Phillips, the theory of action is part of the SPSA. We just felt it needed to be included into that summary so that families could read like, their theory of action for their school that guides their work. So yeah, we just felt like it was missing. And it's not that it was missing from the SPSA itself, it's there just from the summary page.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. We're gonna go to public comment on this item. There are currently 3 hands. Folks, this is actually one of the most important things that we actually do, as a board, and it hasn't not been highlighted. So I hope people are really paying attention to what Mrs. Smith Folds and Mr. Gonzalez Hoy and Mr. Aurelio are saying. I mean, because this is extremely important work. Raise your hand if you have a comment. Going once, going twice, gone. We got 6 people in public comment.
All right, first off, Michelle Lemons Rayford, oops, my screen just bounced. Give me a second. Giorgio Constantino, you may unmute.
Hi, hey, thank you. The SIPSA and SSC process is a very powerful and positive thing that the school must take advantage of. And so I want to say, shout out to the teachers and principals and parents and everyone who fully embraces it. But I need to share with you what I've seen happen at times over the years, maybe in the past 15 years. I've seen examples, and I don't understand why, of some principals who do not embrace it. Maybe they fear the process because of the transparency. It gets a little uncomfortable to discuss some things. So they minimize it, they undermine it. All of a sudden they don't want to have meetings. And if you don't have parents who are assertive to make sure that those site council meetings are happening, that principal is going to, take, like I said, not much is going to get done. And, how many meetings are you supposed to have? Hey, it depends what's on your plate at your school. As many meetings as necessary. Okay, some principals will sugarcoat the data in the SIPSA. Be truthful. Accuracy is key. Okay, so if you don't have a quorum, if you're having a hard time getting attendance, look at the way your bylaws are written. Look at the schedules of teachers and parents. Sometimes the teacher availability doesn't line up with parent availability. So maybe you need stipends for teachers to come in the early evening. Do what it takes to make it happen. I've seen the good and I've seen the bad, and please support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariela Cuellar, you are next. Oops. You can unmute now and begin your comment.
Hi, everyone again. My name is Mariela Cuellar. I am a mother of Richmond High School. I am in the school site council. I'm a school site council member, and I also belong to ELAC. I am so happy to hear this information. Thank you so much for the trustees who are involved, every person involved in this. For me, I have joy right now because if this one goes through and it goes in consistency and it becomes a reality, for me, it's exciting because I requested the student plan for school plan for student achievement. It was 55 pages. I read not all the pages, but most of them, and I read them again and again so that I can understand. It's a lot of information. It's very overwhelming. But if this 2-page summary tool comes to alive and it's a living document, I'm gonna be so grateful, because a lot of parents we will have a better understanding of how our schools are being run, and we will be more involved, more informed, and we will take actions. And I also would like to request, if this is in other languages, not only in Spanish, because I know that the majority of it's Spanish, but there's other languages that this can be translated. And I am so excited, and I'm looking forward to this new project. Thank you so much.
Jose De Leon, you're next. You can unmute.
Good evening, board members, and Superintendent Duffy. Apparently, Ms. Squire and I are taking turns talking. But more than anything else, just a reminder that the SPSA does guide the school site's work, and the school team works very hard on it. So feedback is super important to improve. I think as a good educator and a good learner, feedback is the most important part of growth. So in moving forward, feedback is always welcome. At the same time, board members, please email your principals if you want to come down and go over things. Don't just show up because we might be in the middle of something. But I think every administrator is welcome to discuss what's happening in their campus, and definitely to highlight all the great things that the students, the teachers, and the site is doing, and how proud they are of creating a document that is usable and purposeful for the site. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jean Kinchner. You can unmute.
Good evening, board. I would like to say I'm really excited to hear about the school presentations, the academic board, and all of the other suggestions mentioned. I can't wait to have our school out there and killing it.
Thank you. And Mr. McGee, Will McGee, you are next.
Thank you again, board. Good evening. So I just wanted to say hats off to you all as a board and our school district, because we actually have a frame that focuses on our Black and African-American students. And as you all saw in the presentation, one of the things that we were able to do as support from the OASA department was to meet with our school sites principals through the state and federal department. They were really offering some one-on-ones and some thought partnership. And we were able to do that while we were looking at that frame of our Black student achievement. So again, this is a testament to what our district is doing, as well as our school sites and the West Contra Costa Administrators Association, because they have really embraced what we are working on in the OASA department. There are some things we do need to strengthen, but they've been open to it. One of the things that we are really trying to foster is the dialogue between our site level APACs with the school sites to really start the planning for the following school year to get the services and supports that are needed for our Black students, Black employees, and Black families. So thank you for allowing this frame to continue in our district. It really is integral, and the work is still being done.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. That concludes comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aurelio. Board, we are now going to go to, well, first, I'm going to ask for a motion. Maybe I don't need to, but Mrs. Smith-Folds, why don't you make a motion?
So I moved that we accept the SPSAs
Okay.
for this year.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
I'll give it to Trustee Christian.
All right. It's been moved by Mrs. Smith-Folds, and it's been seconded by Mr. Christian. All right. So we're going to have some discussion first. Mrs. Smith-Folds, is there anything you want to say?
No, I think I've spoken enough on this topic right now, but thank you. And I do want to, well, see, and then I say something right after I say I don't have anything to say. I do want to acknowledge that when we're talking about the day of the SPSA, it is interesting that it was like, well, wait, maybe we should go to them instead of them coming to us. So Trustee Gonzalez-Loy, that's something that we probably should talk about. But if we do, we will never like, well, not never, we will make sure that we give notice. It's not like we're going to do a pop-up and say SPSA Day. So it would be something that we hear you and we value that, and we would never do a pop-up for SPSA. So Trustee Gonzalez Hoy and I, along with Mr. Aurelio, we will talk about what exactly SPSA Day will look like, and then how we can best implement that to the service of all the school community, and especially keeping centering our admin in that, or whoever will present the SPSA. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Christian, you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. I just want to say to Trustee Smith-Folds and Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, well put together presentation, and it was solid there, and you guys doing your thing, you pushing forward. So yes, I'm good.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Reckler, do you have any comments?
I know nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Emiliano?
I have no comments. Thank you.
Mr.
Phillips, I believe you skipped Trustee Gonzalez Hoy.
I'm sorry, man. That was not on purpose.
No, it's okay. I've been talking a lot, so I can, but I forgot 2 comments, so it's
Go
okay.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you. I did want to respond to one of the public speakers piece that we forgot. The cover sheet summaries are going to be translated by Miss Potter's staff. So I did want to say that as one of the pieces. And then 2, I did just want to quickly say thank you to Ms. Rosino's staff and Mr. McGee's staff, because both those departments worked really closely with the schools and will continue to work closely with schools on the academic achievement of English language learners and African-American students. So they will be included in our conversations and our data day, SPSA day, which will probably be a few days because we won't get through every school in one afternoon or one day. But yeah, their departments will also be included in that conversation. So I just want to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leung, did you have any comments?
I have no other comments. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few comments. So first, this was a good presentation. And I'm really happy to hear the work that this committee has been doing. The board knows, but for the public to know as well, one of the things that we're trying to do a little differently, especially where there are items that are extremely important, like this one, is making sure that the board spends the time that it needs to get the job done. And one of the ways that we're doing that is we're doing it through these committees. So we are giving more focus than has been given in recent memory, my recent memory anyway, to this item. And I want to thank, before I start with my comments, I really want to thank Mrs. Smith-Folds and Mr. Gonzalez Hoy and Mr. Aurelio and all of the other staff that have worked on this, because this is literally this is the work. This is about the work that we're supposed to be doing. So I'm going to start with my comments. The first comment that I have is on the timeline. It's really good to hear that you guys are going to be part of the entire process from April to November or January. I can't remember what the end date was on there, but I am concerned about the November-January window, because if you guys get big changes in a document, and hopefully you won't because you've been working through it, but if you get big changes in a document, basically in December, we could end up in a situation where, not by any fault of your own, but where something got to you, because you guys are, and I think I've said this to you individually, but I'm saying this to the public, and the public can hear this as well, is that you guys are really, there's a lot of work that has to be done that this board is supposed to do. And the only way for us to do the work successfully and effectively is for us to break it up and to divvy it out to one another. So this is an item of extreme importance that this committee has gotten. So, because you got to remember though, the recommendation is going to come from you guys, to the full board. So, make sure that, as you're looking at the timeline, if you get something in November, it's not a huge change because then you'll put yourself behind the 8 ball, in getting your recommendation to the board. So that's the first comment. The inequality needs list, I love it. I think that it is, uh, in many ways, a budgetary document, which is why I asked about prioritization from the sites. So as you guys start working through this list that you're creating, please ask the sites to give it to you in a way that's prioritized. Now, you all may think that something else is more important, or the board may, but when it comes, right? So it's useful, or most useful. Please, ask that they, actually prioritize, the list. And then I think as you start to look at those trends that you were talking about, Mr. Gonzalez Hoy, I think it'll be easier to see the trends too, right? If this is a 1 for everybody, or this is a 3 for everybody, or somewhere around there. But I think that it is, I think it's a great idea. I think the day of SPSA is a great idea. Um, so I'm not asking questions now, but I'm like, okay, are they gonna have 52 days of SPSA, or however you guys do it, right? But I mean, I think it's a good idea. And I think that I wasn't quite clear if you were saying, but I think I heard it later on from when Mrs. Smith Bowles was talking, that this is going to be another activity of the academic subcommittee. So you guys are kind of, I think it's a good idea. And I guess it, will be, you guys are going to add some extra meetings to have this, but I think that it is righteous. I think the summary page, adding the theory of action to that as well. So that's kind of more, I guess staff is creating the summary page, but I think I agree with you that they should actually be doing that. And those are all my comments, but I mean, I think that this was, I'm happy. Thank you. So that said, um, we have had our discussion, and we're going to go on to the voting. So Mrs. Smith Bowles moved it, and Mr. Christian, did you second it? Who seconded it? Mr. Gonzalez Hoy?
No, I
Mr.
second it.
Christian. Okay, you guys are confusing me on purpose. Mr. Christian. All right. All right. So Mrs. Smith Bowles, please kick it off.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez Hoy, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. The motion carries. Thank you again for your work on that. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to item E3, which is revised board policy. Sorry, 4119.11, sexual and gender-based harassment. I think this is Marcy Williams.
Yes, good evening. So we're here for the second time for the second reading and for the final approval for this new policy, or this updated policy for sexual harassment and gender-based harassment. The board policies, as summarized, is we're adjusting it to incorporate the recommendations provided by the California School Board Association due to the changes in the Department of Ed last year. So are there any questions?
That was quick. Mrs. Smith Folds.
So, Ms. Williams, in the, let's say the 5th paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, when it starts talking about where a student is found to have engaged in, and it goes on, is that part also going to be in the student sexual harassment part? Why is it in the, why is it living in the personnel part? Can you explain that to me?
So although I'm bringing this for the board, this is something that's coming through Rhonda Haney's office in terms of the board policy that needs to be changed. So this will be dealt with the Bud's person office for that. So that's why. It's not just a personnel one.
Okay, so it'll be dealt with in 2 different offices. That's why it's in here.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mrs. Smith Folds, was that it?
Yes, that was my only question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Christian?
No, I have any questions.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Mrs. Reckler?
I have nothing, thank you.
Ms. Emiliano?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Leung?
I have no questions. Thank you, President Phillips.
Okay, folks, start raising your hand for public comment, please, on this item. I don't have any questions either. Mr. Aurelio, any public comment?
I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, so we're gonna move back to board discussion. Can I have a motion, somebody?
I'm happy to move it.
Okay, it's been moved by Reckler. Is there a second?
Second.
This one was Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. It's been moved and seconded. Board, any discussion?
I just want to make sure that, sorry, I have a little point. I just want to make sure that we remember the pronouns that we talked about last time, make sure that they're included. And then just to forecast, we have been putting it, or Mr. Aurelio has been putting it in the chat, but there are 75 attendees now, just to make sure that it's out there because we've been asked. That's it.
Okay, all right. No further discussion. On to the vote. Mrs. Smith Folds?
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leung, yes.
Phillips, yes. The motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. So normally, what we would do is that actually completes, I think, all of our action items for this evening. So what we would normally do is the items that came off of consent, they will be picked up after the action items. So I'm going to stick with that so the things that we have to vote on get done tonight. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to jump backwards to C1. So we're going to basically do all of our votes before we get to discussion.
Trustee Phillips, may I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
We look to be doing really well on time. In your spirit, is there a break sitting in there anywhere, or are we just going through? Is there a 2-minute break?
Let's see what time we get, because I'm considering these consent items that were pulled part of action. So depending on how fast we can get through these, we'll take a break.
Thank you.
No problem, ma'am. So C1 is the first item that's pulled off consent. C1 is grants, awards, and agreements. So Trustee Reckler, you pulled C1.
I did, and it was just very simply, it was something that I had never heard of, and I was just curious to know what it was.
What was it that you had never heard of?
Start talks.
I can speak to that. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to email the full board, but STAR Talks is a federally funded grant that supports language programs like the Mandarin program. So we're actually receiving that grant, and it's going to be used to pay for some summer work for the Mandarin school to support students this summer.
And that's it. I had nothing further.
Okay. Board, are there any more questions on that item on C1? Okay, seeing none, is there any public comment on this?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. So we're gonna move to Trustee Reckler, can I have a motion?
Yes, of course. So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Leung.
Seconded by Mr. Leung. On to any discussion, board? Okay, no discussion. On to the vote. Mrs. Smith Folds, can you begin?
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leung, yes.
Phillips, yes. So that item carries as well. All right, so the next one that we're going to go to is item C5, which is formation of District 711 Advisory Committee for underutilized properties. Trustee Smith-Folds, you're the person who pulled this one.
Yes, I pulled this one. I just wanted to it was an action item our last board meeting, so I wanted to bring it back for us to have the conversation that we were, I guess, intending to have then, but we ran out of time. So I would love to have a conversation around the 7-Eleven, have a conversation around what it is, what it's going to look like, the need for it, etc.
Okay. Mrs. Smith-Folds, I'm going to take those as questions, right? So can you repeat them, and then we're going to have staff answer them for you?
So one question is, what is a 7-Eleven? The second question is, who is on a 7-Eleven committee? The third question is, why do we need a 7-Eleven committee? I think those were the three.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Smith-Folds. Dr. Wold?
Thank you. So the 7-Eleven committee is a requirement when districts are looking at other uses for property other than as a school. We have several properties, as we've discussed previously with the board, that are completely vacant. There's not even a structure on them. What the 7-Eleven committee does is they review all of the different possible options for that. The reason it's called a 7-Eleven committee is pretty simple. It must have at least 7 members and no more than 11 members. They represent several categories. They can represent the age and ethnic and socioeconomic composition of the district, the business community, landowners or renters, teachers, administrators, parents of students, or persons that have expertise in environmental impact, building codes, land use, planning, etc. So the reason it wasn't action, it's consent, is because the board is actually not doing anything tonight. All that we were doing is getting that permission or direction to put the application out and advertise for applicants. Your action would be, after we go through and interview them and bring candidates forward for you to select those members. School services has been hired to facilitate this process through a series of about 5 to 6 meetings. And in that series, what they will do is go through and talk about each of the properties to be considered, environmental factors that might need to be looked at, the type of square footage, what possible other uses could be done to monetize them and bring funds to the district. They'll then review any data requested by the community. They'll look at criteria for recommendations for the board on whether or not to declare them surplus. And if you do declare them surplus, what process would the board then put it out to market? They'll analyze each of the different legal pieces that are required through the facilitator. It takes about 4 to 6 months of that process to get through from the time we get applications. And once you actually put an RFP out to do something with the site, it could take another 18 to 36 months to start seeing revenue. If you remember, our plan is for some of the academies that we're going to start building to have this revenue sustain them so that they can continue to support our students. So the sooner we start the process of getting the committee, getting the conversation open in the public, the sooner we can look towards taking those unused properties towards a better resource.
And Dr. Wool, a follow-up question. What categories are you going to use to form the WCCUSD 7-Eleven? So you said teachers, parents, environmentalists, experts in the community on this field. Who are you going to use to form the 7-Eleven?
We're going to look
have more than 11 people.
We cannot.
Okay.
It is a 7 to 11 person committee, and that's the statute. So our intent is to follow exactly the categories that I just listed and look to find a representative that can meet each of those categories. So one or more than one in the case of representative of the community, and then bring that group to the board through
And
the facilities committee and then to the board.
And they stay part of the 7-Eleven committee until the recommendation is brought, and then that committee's disbanded? Is that
Correct. It's a very quick one and done committee. Their work will be 4 to 6 months, and then they're done.
And does that committee have a board member on it, or that's just, it doesn't, and it's brought back to the board, or it's brought back to facilities, and then the recommendation is brought back to the board? Is that accurate?
Correct. They are Brown Act meetings, which will be agendized. They will be Zoom, so more members will be able to view and understand and see everything in a very transparent manner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith Folds. Is there any other board member who has any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Public, if you have questions, if you have comments, we're gonna be moving to public comment on this item. So please go ahead and raise your hand if you have it. Okay, going once, going twice, 3 times, gone. All right.
No comment.
Okay. Can I have a motion for this item, please?
I'm happy to move it.
Okay, it's been moved by Reckler. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
It's been seconded by Christian. Okay, board, any discussion?
I think I just want to ensure, since I go first tonight, I think I just want to ensure that when we're setting up this 7-Eleven committee, that we're being as equity centered as possible for the people who are then selected to be on the committee. We need to make sure that we are casting a wide net and getting as much transparency out there and as much publication out there with as much information for people to join this committee. So, and the value of the committee and what it brings to the district, and making sure that we're not just having 2 applicants, so we have to choose one, that we're casting a wide net and we're really asking for community involvement in each one of those categories that you selected. And I think, did I hear students in that category?
I'll go back. I do believe that student was one of the possibilities, but let me double check so I don't. Parents of students, so
Okay.
not students at this point.
Okay, so even if they're not in the 7-Eleven committee, I want to encourage our students to be able to come to those. You said they're going to be Zoomed, and you said they're going to be public. So I also want to make sure that we have the student voice in there. Thank you. Those are all of my comments.
Thank you very much. Board, any other folks got any comments on this? Okay. I'm not seeing anybody. So we're going to vote. Mrs. Smith Folds?
Smith votes yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. The motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. All right. We're going to go to item C6, which is contract with Leadership Associates to provide governance workshops. And Mrs. Reckler, you pulled this item.
I did. I pulled it for 2 reasons. First, I thought it was important that the public hear that we're going to be working on ourselves as a governance team along with Dr. Hurst. So I thought that was important for people to know that we're putting work into ourselves. And the meetings are going to be public. So I thought that was important for people to know as well. I had a couple of questions about the contract. And the first one is how long do we think the sessions are going to be in length? I don't know if you know the answer to that, but I was just curious to know. I was wondering how the subject matter would be chosen. And then if you had any dates, since we're starting to roll into summer. And that was really it.
Okay. I'll do my best to answer the questions. So there are, in the attachment, or there should have been, there are options that they provide. One of the options that I think that we definitely need to do because there's 4 meetings, but one of them that we need to do is board superintendent relations. Um, so when we do that one, um, maybe we could have a discussion, as well about maybe what some of the other options are. But to just kind of, start us off, board superintendent um, relationships and how we're supposed to interact, roles, like what is the role of the board, what is the role of the superintendent. But then after that, there are still 3 other ones, meetings that we have, and we can have a conversation at the first one about what the other 3 ones could be, where we can decide together. As far as the dates are concerned, I did contact Jim Brown from Leadership Associates, because people may not realize who Jim Brown is. He's the consultant, the lead consultant that helped us with the superintendent search. I asked him, um, you know, what days is he thinking? Is he thinking like a series of Saturday sessions, for example? And I haven't gotten the response back yet. Um, I don't know how long the workshops are, but when I do get a response from him around, timing, like should this be on Saturdays, which is when our retreats normally are, um, everybody will get that information. I don't have it yet though.
Okay, thank you. Just some questions and some lighting that we're working on ourselves. And, governance team.
But I do think that it is a good idea to let the public know that we are doing this, and the point of us doing this is so we can be as effective as a governance team as possible. And the governance team is not just the board, but it's the board and the superintendent as well. People have made it very clear. Board members have made it very clear. The public has made it very clear that they want to see something very different in our district. And in order for that to happen, we have to have an effective governance team, including our superintendent. And in order for us to get there, um, and it's okay what I'm about to say, right? Is that, this is a learning environment. Uh, Education is our business, right? And so it's okay for the board to get educated as well. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to bring people in to help us become the best team that we can be so we can support our school community the best way that we can. So thank you for pulling this to highlight this because it is important work also. Board, are there any other questions? I'll tell you what I know. We'll stay in order then. Mrs. Smith Folds?
So is there any space for us to have CSBA also come? CSBA, for those listening, is the California School Board Association. Is there any space to also have a CSBA come in and do some work with the governance team?
I don't know the answer. I don't know if they normally come in that way. I know that they have individual classes that you can go to, but I don't know if they come in specifically to work with um, districts. The other thing that I want to say about leadership, though, um, because there are a series of meetings that are connected. So one would be this series of governance workshops that we're talking about. But then also we're going to, I don't want to go too far astray because this is not on the agenda, but we would also be dealing with leadership in creating, the evaluation process for the new superintendent as well. So there's some continuity um, that we should be able to have, if that makes sense.
It does, but CSBA does come in and they do come in and they do work with boards. So I just want to make sure that we keep that on our radar as an option and leave the space and grace to have more training than less from different avenues, because again, the more knowledge that we get as becoming a strong governing team, the better that we help set vision for the district and set directives. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, I think your hand was up.
Thank you, President Phillips. Yeah, my first question is for actually Superintendent Duffy. I mean, I think that definitely Dr. Hurst should be involved in which topics we'll pick. And I appreciate that you're bringing this forward, this contract, because I think that it'll be very useful for us. But I was just curious, Mr. Duffy, obviously you've been working with us for however many years, months, weeks we've been in this job. I was just curious on your thoughts of maybe some of the topics that you would recommend that we prioritize from that list, or maybe even from that are not on that list. And I know I'm putting you on the spot, so if you want to think about that later as well and send it to us, that's fine. But I was just curious if you had any thoughts.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. I took a quick look at these areas of focus. In my 5 years here, I think, I've worked probably with, I think, 12 or 13 different board members over that time. And I think through that journey, the places that have often come up as a struggle at times that I think could use some further discussion and reflection are role of the board, role of superintendent. I think that's one that has to constantly be revisited around what's the work each group should be doing, how to not get too in the weeds of something, et cetera. That one is really, really important. That would be my number one. Evaluation, I think, is another. It's one that we've gotten stuck on in the past, changed tools, tried different things. That's one I think is really worthy. And then the last one I saw that I think is worthy is the board meeting. These are meetings we try to get a lot done in, and we're not always successful in either staying on time or sort of being our best selves and not getting at each other. So I would think a little bit about the board meeting itself. So I appreciate you asking. Those would be some places of emphasis.
Thank you. That was really helpful for me. And you actually answered my other question. So President Phillips, I'm done with questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any other questions? Okay, no more. I'm looking at you all. I don't see any more questions. All right, public, we're going to go to comments. Public comment, that is. Raise your hand if you have. See one up, one. Remember, this is on this item. One, going once, going twice, 3 times, and it's gone. All right, so Lon Harrison is the last person.
Here we go. Here we go. Giorgio Consentino, you may unmute.
I just wanted to quickly say on the topic of, meetings and protocol or with board members and superintendents, I just wanted to say that I've noticed a great improvement since Superintendent Duffy has been on board, and I just wanted to thank him for all his work and the rest of the board. What you guys have been doing together as a team, it's been very good. Thank you.
Our next speaker, C. Peters. You can unmute.
Hello, my name is Carol Peters. I have just a couple of questions. If this training is offered for free, I think it's important that you explore those options, even if it is not from this company. I'm also interested in seeing a list of companies that put in a bid to offer these trainings. I think it's important to have a wide selection before you just choose any company or any firm arbitrarily. I think it's important to make sure that no one has a special connection with this company, this firm. And from what I understand, this firm helped to recruit the superintendent. So I think that could be a little bit of a conflict of interest. And so I think having bids from companies all over that might provide this type of training is the best bet. We don't want to just throw money at the first company that pops up. And again, that someone might have a special relationship with. And so having a clear, transparent process of selection of these firms is important. So I look forward as a member of the public and as a stakeholder, seeing exactly who's getting this money to provide this training and why, and making sure that there was a clear, fair selection process. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Alon Harrison. You can unmute and begin your comment.
Well, Ms. Peterson said a lot of the questions I had. I just want to see when there's trainings that happen and things that happen in the district, the public doesn't get, or parents don't get a lot of what the outcome was. So I would really like to know a lot of things the first speaker said, and then also we giving parents, you know, the outcome, what happens and what can we expect from the board after they've been trained, and are we able to also recommend things that may help the board too? That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you very much for the public comment. Thank you to everyone who called in. Can I have a motion to move this item?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Gonzalez Hoy. Can I have a second for this item, please?
I have a point of order. Do you want to have any discussion on this?
We will after, we will.
Oh, you want to move it? Okay, I'll second it. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, I'm looking, I see two hands. Okay, three hands. Okay, we're gonna go in the same order that we've been. Wait, actually, Trustee Reckler, you pull this item. We're starting with you, and then after that, we'll go in the order.
Okay, thank you. And I want to apologize about that. I just got a little confused about the order of what we were doing. So it is my understanding that CSBA does offer similar programs. I don't know what they cost or anything like that. And what I wanted to say about leadership is I've been a buyer for over 20 years, and sometimes it's not all about cost, it's about relationships, and it's about the best fit. And certainly for me, and I don't want to speak for the board, but I certainly want to speak for myself. I'm very, very comfortable with Jim Brown and his team. It's relationship driven. It should be for me what the board and the superintendent are comfortable with. And we have spent a lot of time with these people. I trust them. This is about, you know, really establishing good governance. And, I anticipate it's going to be very personal. And I really can't think of anybody else right now that, I'm just very comfortable with them. And I just wanted to say that. And yes, there will be goals and metrics. Because that's what this is all about. It's about, figuring out what we want to do, how we're going to measure ourselves, how we want to interact with each other. And that's it. I think it's money very well spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reckler. Smith Folds.
Hi, I think that one of the things that we heard kind of loud and clear from the community is that we need options. So I would like to explore this, the California School Board Association option as bringing them in to help us with our governance. I am not saying that we don't bring in leadership, but I think that we need to bring in options. So I would like to have more training than less. So I would really want CSBA to be brought in to help with getting us off with a firm foundation with the new leadership that we have coming into the district. Those are my comments. I would like CSBA to come in also.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Christian, do you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you, President Phillips. Yeah, we definitely need training, definitely need enhancement in a lot of ways, and also, to keep the option open, of others that also can also help us to be a better and stronger district. So we need to keep all options open.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez Hoy, any comments?
Thank you. Two comments. First one, I actually really agree with you, President Phillips, your idea of maybe on the first one that we have when we're building a relationship with the new superintendent, if we can create the next topics together, I think that would be really beneficial to continue to build, that relationship. So I'm full in favor of that. And then I'm fine with also doing some trainings with CSBA. I think it's about and not one or the other. I'm totally comfortable with going with Leadership's Associates. I think that some of their trainers are great, but CSBA also has some great training. So I think that we should do both and explore both. And I also would like to echo Trustee Reckler on if we can create those dates as soon as possible. That would be really helpful for my schedule. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Emiliano,
I have no comments, thank you.
Mr. Leon.
I have no comments either. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just say a couple of things. One, this is one of the, talking about CSBA, right? One of the things that they say in CSBA, and this is a paradigm shift, right? That this is not what we're doing right now this is not a public meeting. This is a meeting in public. And those are two very different things. And we are used to operating as if this is a public meeting, but this is really a meeting of the board in public. And I say that because this training is for the board. So it has to be a training that the board members are comfortable with. And I don't mean that to put anybody down, but this is a training for the board. And I do think that leadership is good. I think that we should do this. And I think if there are other opportunities out there that we should explore those as well. But I would like us to move forward with leadership. I think that all of us have gotten an opportunity through sitting with them for hours of developing a relationship and then knowing their backgrounds as well, that they're all highly qualified people. And Mr. Garza is about the only one who's got me to sit down and be quiet. So I hope that we're able to do this. And that said, it's already been moved. It's already been seconded. So we are going to go on to the vote. Mrs. Smith-Folds?
Trustee Phillips, I have a question before we go to the vote. If I could ask a clarifying question or a point.
Mrs. Smith-Folds, we are kind of, and I'm not trying to be disagreeable, but if you do have a point of order, that's fine. But where we are right now is not really in the question part.
Okay, so without having my clarifying question answered, my vote is no.
Mr. Christian?
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you very much. The motion carries. Folks, it's now 9:17. We have completed all of our action items, including the items that were pulled off of consent. We have one discussion item left. And then after that discussion item, we do need to go back into closed session. And I'm sorry, I asked earlier if you guys are supposed to remind me. I asked earlier if there was a report out for closed session. And what we had actually done was recess closed session. We were going to go back in to continue a conversation around public employee appointment. So those are the last two things we have to do, the discussion item, and then we're going to go back into closed session for that one item because we're not done talking about it. But it's 9:18. We're doing a lot better than we've done recently. So board, do you want to take a 10-minute break? So we will come back in at 9:28. Okay, can I have a motion for us to recess until 9:28?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Emiliano. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
The students took over. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Um, On to the vote.
Smith votes yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Young, yes.
Phillips, yes. So we're on recess until 9. Well, now it's 9:19. So 9:30. We're on recess until 9:30. Thank you. You okay? Okay, guys. I think we have, oh, no, we don't. Okay, we got everybody back. Okay, board, we have one item left, and this is item F1. Police officers and WCCUSD sporting events. And Mr. Duffy.
Yes, so we're gonna bring up the prices for this item. And that's all we have tonight for this item. So I want to just be really kind of transparent about where we are with this item and where we are in the process. So in talking with Trustee Phillips during agenda setting, and if we could really zoom into that, Pracies, it'd be great. With Trustee Phillips, we began a conversation about police officers on school campus for specific sporting events, and wanted to engage the board in the beginning of this conversation. So want to just be really clear, like I did not attach any materials. I did not attach or bring any specific data or costs associated with it. And just want to go back for a minute, which is, about a year and a half ago, the board at the time passed a resolution that no longer allowed the district to pay for police officers on campuses. And that really was our old school resource officer program, where we paid the different police agencies for service for an officer full-time at the campuses, who also then help support evening games, etc. So right now, we don't have any formal financial relationship in any way with our police agencies. It's been obviously a different kind of year because we've been out of our school buildings. But as we gear back up for the fall, we do believe that there are some specific sporting events where sworn police or peace officers would be necessary. And we would like to engage the board in that conversation about how to proactively partner with our police agencies where they can support us for the duration of a high profile sporting event, instead of only reacting potentially to a 911 call. I will share, since we only brought this up really last week, I have shared this idea with our different police agencies, but I have not heard back from them. And I know we're going to really need to engage with them and get their thoughts on it. So I don't have pricing on, hey, what would that cost? So I don't have that. And I don't have the data on all of the incidents. I can just speak anecdotally from some of the big time incidents we had, at De Anza, where we had a pretty significant shooting on and around a football game. And we've had some very serious violence at some of our Kennedy El Cerrito games over the past years. And I think there's a question about the role of the CSOs also. And the CSOs do a fantastic job. They're there, they know the students, they know the school community. They do get compensated extra time, overtime for their work at certain sporting events. However, I think there are certain situations which go beyond the scope of a CSO if, you know, they cannot get control of a particular situation. So, you know, I don't know, Mr. Phillips, if you want to add a little more context here, but really wanted to just see where the board is at with this so that we can determine the next kind of step here if we're bringing this back for action. And that's really where the board is. The board wants to discuss more and they want to ask for certain pieces of data that we may be able to get. So really just a starter here. And yeah, like I said, Mr. Phillips, if you want to frame it at all a little bit more, please feel free.
So this conversation, so let me back up a little bit about how this item actually got on the agenda. This item got on the agenda basically at the request of Trustee Christian. And so, who is the chair of our safety committee. So I want to just put that out there. And Trustee Christian might be the person. I mean, I can talk about it. It's something I've been talking about for some time. But Trustee Christian, do you have anything that you want to say? Because really, this item came to me.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Just going on the fact of safety, and especially when it comes to our sporting events, and especially major football games, the schools are going to draw other people in from other places who are not students at the school, but you're going to have community people come in, and with the CSOs, it's only so much that they can do. But like if you have a major crisis or something like that, we will have to call 911. And how long, the response time for the officers to make it there. So when you look at safety, we want to make sure that all of our games or anything that's major, we want to put it this way, we want to make sure all of our games are safe, events are safe. So I attended one of the games at De Anza recently and just noticed that things will begin to become, get out of control. And the CSOs only could do so much. So, but if something major happened, we just want to be on a preventive side. So, so that's the reason why I brought it to the forefront, just to make sure that when we have like Kennedy or El Cerrito or De Anza or Pinot, some of the major schools that have games, you're going to draw a lot of people, but we don't know who's all coming into the games. So, but like I say, on the safe side, is to have the police to assist with the CSOs. So that's pretty much along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian. Board, Mr. Duffy gave kind of an overview of where we're at. He said, the information that we don't have, and that this is a very early in this process. And then Mr. Christian just gave some context. We're going to go through the normal procedure that we do with questions or whatnot. But as you ask the questions, please remember what they just said. Mr. Duffy said that he doesn't have the pricing, for example, and that there would have to be further conversation. So all of the answers all of the questions that you have, the answers might not be there right now. But that said, we're going to go to board questions. We are going to do public comment on this item, and we're going to have board discussion. on this item. So please, questions do questions, discussion do discussion, and then we are going to give collectively some kind of direction. But again, this is not on for action, so we're not voting on it tonight. Mrs. Smith Folds, you're first.
Can you come back to me so I can formulate the questions based on little information? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Christian, do you have any questions?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez Hoy, you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. My first question is, have we, and I'm trying to say it with what the context that you just put and Mr. Duffy put. So take it maybe as a question and a comment. Have we asked for feedback from administrators and from students?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Have we sent this item to the safety committee?
Not yet.
Okay. Is staff getting together the data that we might need in order to have this discussion?
We can. It would be good to know sort of what's the priority data. I mean, some may come from police agencies if we can get it. And some we may have, so if you give us a data set of 20 things, we might not be able to get it. But if you're together like, hey, here are the top 3 to 5 things that we think would be most informative, we can probably get that more expeditiously for you. Or bring it, for a safety committee study, that could be a really good idea as well.
Thank you for that. I want to dig deeper a little bit more on what Trustee Christian said. So Mr. Duffy, can you tell me why would we maybe head in this direction and not increase our CSOs instead to support this work?
Yeah, well, we do make sure we put enough money aside to have CSOs cover sporting events, and we try to have as much ample CSO coverage as possible. It's really in those situations that, if somebody has a weapon, for example, or a gun is pulled, that starts to go beyond the scope of CSO work, in terms of like disarming somebody. So that's, where we see situations that may get elevated to a place that it's beyond the scope or role or capacity of a CSO or even a team of CSOs, and they, historically have had really good working relationships with the resource officer, who knows their school. So we also want to continue to engender some relationship between officers and schools as well.
Got it. Thank you. And then I guess my last question is, do you, and it's for you, Mr. Duffy or Mr. Christian, whoever would like to take this one. Do you feel like this is a preventative measure or is as a response due to incidents that we've actually had and you feel like it's absolutely needed, or you feel like it's because of incidents that might occur and we might need that? I'm trying to clarify for me.
No, I think it's a great question. I do think that for specific events that we are concerned about, I do think it's a legitimate preventative measure, because, each year we have had to spend time thinking about, all right, this game, do we have enough CSOs? Do we have enough police presence? Who's where? Etc. And we've had certain incidents where we've had to have 10 or 12 officers respond, right? So I do think it's a legitimate preventative effort, and I want that caveat to be really clear for some specific targeted games. This is me. I am not recommending you need to have, an armed officer at every single sporting event that happens. No, think we can look on the calendar and say, these are some places historically that we've had challenges and some places we want to prioritize.
Okay, thank you. You actually answered my last question as well within that, so I appreciate it. The rest are just comments, President Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Mrs. Reckler, do you have any questions?
I do. It's probably for follow-up, but I'll just give you the list now.
Sure.
So I am interested to know, just like, like what kind of events we've had, serious incident, not events, but what kind of incidents have we had? And then is there a common thread that runs through them? I don't know at all, but I'm just trying to see, are there just certain flashpoints?
Yeah, and Trustee Christian actually might be able to weigh in there too. But for me, in my time, the biggest have been during football season and basketball season. They've been rivalry games. And then they've also been games where it was the only game, for example, like the only home game in the district at football. And so it drew a much bigger crowd because the rest of the teams were playing away. That's when we've seen some incidents. But I would say football has been number one, a few incidents at basketball. And within that, I would say rivalry games, playoff games, single games that are the main draw for that Friday night in the community.
Okay, and then
Trustee Christian, did you want to add to that?
Yes. Just to kind of go back and, just share, for myself coming out of being a CSO and worked alongside people that I know over the years that we had incidents happen, and with the SROs, like you do have people that come through there with guns, people that do come, we can't take no gun away. But there's been instances and, cases, things that has happened at some of the games. And it depends on what game. I can give you a journey back at El Cerrito, maybe back in 2017, where we had a real huge, this is between Kennedy and El Cerrito High School. And we had a crowd that was so huge. And then we had fights and a lot of other things broke out in the midst of all of that. And it did we had to bring in other resources. And if you ever been in that, and you trying to bring control to it, it's a whole lot. And I'm talking about, because everybody's working real hard and diligently, and then people been hurt. But at different profile games or games that do draw a lot of community, you got to be ready. I mean, in other words, you always want to have preventive measures in place. And that's, the CSOs, they work hard, and they also work overtime. So they have to come from other schools to make it there to make up, say if they need 11 CSOs. But safety should always be the top mindset, to make sure that our events are safe. And this is only for, it's not for every game, because every game don't have those big high profile games. But when you have competition between Pinole Valley High School or El Cerrito or De Anza and Kennedy, you're going to draw a huge crowd if you ever been out to those games. So
I don't know anything about sports, so I think that's well known. Some other questions for follow-up, or just like, did we talk to our principals, athletic directors, or just some of the things I'd like to know, and costs. And talk to CSOs. I mean, we're talking to one right here, but you know, around Robin of quantitative and qualitative data, I think would be helpful. And that's it.
Mrs. Reckler, thank you very much. Ms. Emiliano, do you have any questions?
I have one question. Well, is this planned to be, or like, is there a method of selecting the certain sporting events? And then also, will that be across the board for the entire district? For example, all football games throughout the entire district will have officers, or will that be, will that vary from on a site-to-site basis? Yeah.
That's a great question. You know, we haven't determined that. And I don't think it would be, you know, every single football game or every single basketball game. I think we would try to be targeted, and hopefully we would even, you know, more targeted, and hopefully would get that right and we'd be okay. But, you know, the leadership and all the folks who you guys are asking to weigh in could determine that their kind of collective recommendation is every football game. That I don't know. So we haven't circled things on the calendar yet, especially with COVID still being here. Like it's also uncertain exactly what the sports schedule will be. So it's a good question, and that would be, you know, the next step to do that. And maybe that's also something that we could bring to a safety committee meeting as well.
I also have another question regarding when the board, the previous, like which previous board, like when was this voted on to take out the take officers off of campuses?
Yeah, I think this was, I want to go back. I don't have it in front of me. I think it was I believe it was during the 1920 school year, because that was the decision that was going to be made for this school year, the 2021 school year. So it happened in 1920, you know, as a result of a lot of the police violence that we were seeing across the nation. And there was a resolution condemning police brutality that was brought to the board. The board made some amendments to that right on the dais, and decided they didn't want to put any district money towards policing at the time, and wanted to redirect those funds to support African-American students. And that's, you know, that's how that happened. We had been, you know, paying around $2 million. It had been probably even $3 million when I started, and we had slowly worked that down, and we're continuing to do that. So that's sort of how that happened. And then, yes, this decision was made in the 1920 year that when we got to 2021, we wouldn't have, well, it wasn't necessarily that we wouldn't have, and that's something that the board will have to take up too if it wants to go beyond this conversation of sports. It was that the district would not pay, would not use its resources for school resource officers. So, you know, I think we're starting this conversation with sporting events and select sporting events only. But I do think there will be a question that the board will have to take up at some point around just police officers on campus, right? And if somebody were to come forward and say, we received grant money for a school resource officer, won't cost the district anything, would we allow that, or are we not allowing that, right? So those are some questions that we'll have to take up. I think you will have to take up at some point, but I do think we want to start with just a very small, discrete piece around sports and see how that conversation goes and kind of take the temperature of the board, whether it's here or it goes to the safety committee, which I think is a good suggestion, to sort of get back into that wider conversation. That's a long answer to a short question, Trustee Emiliano, but I hope it was clear.
So just to build off of that and just to clarify, since this had been passed in the previous board last year, there haven't been any actual instances where it's been enacted. We don't know if this has had a positive or negative effect on the school sites. Correct?
Right, we don't, because we haven't had everybody back in session. So it's just something we really won't know that until next school year, to see what is life like in middle and high schools with no school resource officers during the day. Now we're just talking about during the day, which I think is what you're talking about, right? I don't want to, but also those resource officers who had a relationship with that school generally worked the games, the home games. But you're right, like we have no data, no experience with, school life without an SRO there. But we will probably know pretty soon.
Ms. Emiliano, do you have any more questions? She's still there? Oh, I could see her. Do you have any more questions, Miss Emiliano? I couldn't see your face for a moment.
She's frozen. She just sent a text. She's going to come back, disconnect and come back.
She's moving. I can see her.
So she has no more questions, she says.
Okay. All right. Mr. Leon.
Oh yeah, I have a few questions. So like what would the response times be like if like there was an incident that occurred and there was no school safety officer there, like what would the response times be like when after they call 911, like when the police from the streets come, like over compared to like having the safety officer there?
That's a great question. I can't quantify that for you in terms of time, but I can say that's sort of the spirit of why we're also suggesting this, so we don't have to wait for a random sort of 911 response, that we know we would have folks there. So I can't quantify that. That would be something that we might want to talk to our police agencies about. It's a good question.
And besides like having I think you mentioned having like using historical data to like determine which games to have the safety officers at. I was just wondering, like, what if like, do you have any other like plans to like put on like potential games that could have like a fight or something like that?
I mean, certainly, I think that's where we'd all want to get together with our coaches and our principals and people who've, experienced these games, our CSOs, and get their recommendations of these are the ones when we look on the calendar that we are concerned about that might warrant, a little bit more preventative measure.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions. Folks, we're going to go to public comment.
Mr. Phillips, we were supposed to come back to me.
Mrs. Smith-Folds.
What's the current relationship with the district and the different city police agencies right now?
I would describe it as strained, to be frank. I think when we let go of the SRO program, without a lot of discussion, I think that strained a lot of relationships. And I think some of our police agencies felt that they didn't have an opportunity to really weigh in on that. So I think it's strained, to be frank. And I think they have sort of moved beyond thinking about reinstating the SRO program and just, hey, what can we do to potentially help these campuses? So, we haven't had a chance yet to sit and talk about this idea and proposal, and we just sort of started bringing it forward last week out of agenda setting. So it just, in all transparency, it's a relationship that we're going to need to, cultivate and make sure, we're each in good standing with each other, to be honest.
And what role do you see the police at these events? Would they be looking for other crimes? Like, would they be walking the parking lot looking for expired tags? Or what role do you see? Is my question clear? What role do you see them playing at the sporting events? Are they walking the perimeter? Are they inside the crowds? Is this a conversation that you need to have with them? What role do you see them playing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a conversation we do need to have together. And I think there have been at these games in the past very specific roles that the CSOs have played and that the SROs have played, which they know better than I in terms of what they need to do or what they think they need to do to maintain security. But really, yes, it's just overall supervision, security, using their very specific lens to help think about what has to happen during that event for it to be safe.
Do you know any other areas or districts who have removed the SROs for campuses and what they do in these situations? Have you looked into that?
I haven't, to be frank, and we need to, as part of this conversation, for some of the districts that have removed SROs. How are they handling, especially urban districts? How are they handling, well, any district really? How are they handling similar high intensity, high profile events, sporting events especially? So we can do that and find a little more out as part of this research and discussion.
And then how do you track what's an incident? So is an incident fights? Is an incident traffic concerns? Is an incident running on the field? Like when you're going through this historical data matrix look about what games that you think you should have police at and what games that you don't, and you said you're looking for like incidents that occur, like what degree of incidents are you looking that would say, okay, this needs to have one, this doesn't, this needs to have one, and this doesn't? Is that a clear question?
That's a clear question. I mean, I think Trustee Christian might be able to help, but I would say there's two things for me, but again, other experts, might weigh in. Those two things are gun violence or the presence of guns. And the second is like uncontrollable fighting or brawling that CSOs cannot stop because it's gotten beyond their control. Those are two things that I think go beyond the scope of the CSO or CSO team. And generally another indicator for us when we look at it is like the games have had to stop. They've had to stop or be terminated, not just stop temporarily. Like this game's over, it's too dangerous to even continue. We have to disperse all fans, clear the premises. So those are some things I think we would look at to help, collect that data of when and where did something like that happen.
Do you feel the risk of putting a policy like this in place runs the risk of one community feeling over-policed?
I don't know. I think we need to hear from leaders in those communities, and we need to hear from the board as you represent those communities. I mean, I think it's interesting. I mean, one of our biggest football rivalries is Kennedy El Cerrito, right? So you could argue they're in two kind of different communities, even though they're really close to each other, but you also now have like a Pinole Valley Hercules rivalry, right? So there are things across different parts of our district. And I think it's something that we just need to stay thoughtful about, right? The last thing we want to be doing is flooding certain neighborhoods or schools with police all the time. That's definitely not the intention.
And have you guys thought about how the district, when I say you guys, has the district thought about how you ensure that this does not become a slippery slope? Because we've heard from the community that they do not want SROs in schools. So I would suggest that we pull up the resolution to be very clear, or the motion or what have you that the last board took on, to be very clear about what that looks like. But how do you ensure as a district that this doesn't become a slippery slope? Now you're at sporting events, you're also going to be at prom, you're also going to be at et cetera, et cetera. You're also going to be, now you're back on the campus now. So how do you ensure that it's not a slippery slope?
Yeah, I mean, we would work with you as the board to craft language, if it's in a contract, if that's how we're going to be paying for this, or whatever guiding documents that would be really clear about this. You know, and I think we're going to have to, I won't be here, but you'll have to take it as it comes. I mean, you know, you'll have to decide if a high school comes to you with a request for an officer for prom. You know, you brought that up. That's a really good, you know, example. You know, will we just flat out say like, no, that's not part of our policy. We're not going to do that. We'll get you extra CSOs, but we're not going to do the SROs. You know, I think that's stuff that we're still going to have to continue to talk about as a group. I think it's, you know, I hear you about slippery slope, but I do think we're not really engaging in this wider conversation right now about school, the school day, the main school hours, et cetera.
I just put myself on mute. Sorry. Those are all of my questions for right now. Superintendent Duffy, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Smith-Folds. So public, we're going to go to public comment right now. There are 6 hands going once, going twice, 3 times. It is gone. 6 folks. Comment is about this item only.
Don Gosney, you can unmute. Now you can.
Yeah, thank you very much. And for Mr. Emiliano, you might want to take a look at the vote in June of last year, and that might answer your question. And I respect greatly what the role of the CSO is, but as Mr. Christian pointed out, there's only so much that they can do. And if I'm a bad guy and I'm looking at a guy or a gal with a windbreaker and a whistle, and I'm looking at somebody else with a badge and a gun, I know who I'm going to be more afraid of. And you talked about talking to the principals, talking about the staff, and the students. Talk to the attendees, which are largely adults and not necessarily affiliated with that school itself. This is not a classroom setting. It's a completely different type of setting. So you can't compare what you see on the school campuses with what's at a game, because there's a lot of drinking before the game. There's a lot of drinking during the game, and liquor tends to fuel these kinds of things. And I serve on the reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force here in Richmond, also known as Defund Police. And one thing that they are talking about is not allowing their police officers to be on campus. So that's something you better talk to. Now, you're not talking about to the police department. You're talking to the city council that can authorize it or not authorize it. That's 3 of your schools in the school district living here in Richmond. So that's a big, serious concern for you. Will they even allow police to attend these games to make sure that crime is kept in check? Thank you.
Our next speaker, Kelly McLaren, you can unmute.
Hi, having a football player who did play at the Deanza Pinole game where there was 7 or 8 fights, I believe, during the actual game, and then there was the shooting after the game. I know that a lot of people were at that time of year were defund the police, defund the police. However, any parent or student or faculty member or coach who was at that game when that shooting happened. I can tell you they had all changed their tune about wanting more police officers to protect their students and their players. I know if our school board did just talk to our athletic directors, our coaches, they would be able to tell you better than anybody. Maybe Mr. Christian could also tell you. It is very much needed to have cops at those rivalry games like Panola and De Anza, like Kennedy, El Cerrito. I'm not sure which others. I was only part of the one. But it doesn't happen at other games for whatever reason. It didn't happen when we played Richmond. It didn't happen when Panola played other teams or Vallejo or anything like that. But school resource officers are very much needed to protect not only the players, everybody. It was crazy that day. If anybody who was there, you can ask about it. And I just please hope that we can make sure that happens to protect our players and students for any future football games to come. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Zalon Harrison. You can unmute.
Hi, thank you. My concern is that I don't think that this plan had other options available. I think sometimes we can look at this in a preventive measure. What preventive things can we do if we know what things that would be causing the need for a police officer with a gun to be there and the children to be concerned? And we know who that mostly affects, and that's Black students. So I think, and then I want the board to really look into where that 1.5 million went and how that really affected Black kids. Because I don't know, and if y'all can find out, I would really like to know and make it public and how that helped us. But looking at other options before we just include the police officers, I do feel that they do play a part, but I don't think Black students just seeing that image repeatedly as a way to address issues that we can prevent if we have other people, other ways to prevent it. That's all I'm saying. Look at other options in preventive measures. Thank you.
Susan Duggan, you can unmute. Susan, are you there? There you go.
Hi, I'm Susan Dugan. I'm a speech therapist at Cameron School, but I used to be a domestic violence counselor for the Korean community. And in my experience, the police are not there to protect anyone. They are not there to de-escalate situations. They're there to abuse their power and terrorize people of color. If there's any other way that you can crowd control or issue tickets, there's got to be more creativity than this. The police have, didn't we see the police last summer, what they did to the peaceful protesters? Like, it's ridiculous that we're having this conversation.
Thank you. Giorgio Constantino, you can unmute.
Yeah, hi, just a few comments. Current Hercules parent, former Richmond High School teacher. I just wanted to say the phrase I always use is that tragedy happens on a dime. And, when I was teaching, we lost one of our students, and I'll never forget, being told over the PA system, as he was dying in the principal's office, to pray for him, and then he didn't make it. And one of the teachers that was there trying to save him told me later that, one of the difficulties was the response time, that it took a lot of time for the police that had to secure the area before the paramedics could actually come in. They wouldn't come in until everything was secure. So, every second counts, right? And also thinking about, this school district, we let one girl down, she was attacked on the Richmond campus brutally. And, but I appreciate the risk assessment discussion that the board is having. That you also need to look at the background violence at the time. It goes in waves, right? And what's the gun violence like at this, at any particular time? My neighbor just lost a friend last week. His friend was shot in a car in Richmond, sitting in the car. And that was a former high school, Hercules High School football player who died. So all this stuff needs to be taken into consideration. And, but yeah, don't just dismiss it for political reasons. Thank you.
Jose De Leon, you're next with your public comment.
Good evening again, board members. Mr. Duffy. Um, it's a very large conversation. Please include the site leaders. Please include the CSOs, the community, and the parents. Whenever a high school has a good season, you're looking at, even at a gym the size of Richmond High, with 1,500 people packed in one place. Look at El Cerrito, you're looking at 3,000 people coming to a game. Consider just the amount of bodies that come to different activities. So it's a big conversation to have, and ask the questions, please. Ask the questions of people that have been there during those events when things have happened with 50 people in the stands, and when things have happened with 3,000 people in the stands. In response time to incidents and issues on campuses is a big question to have. Thank you very much.
And our last comment, Louis Chacon, you may unmute.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for this conversation. I'm a Richmond High School teacher, product of West Contra Costa Unified School District. First, quickly, I just want to address the earlier caller, Don Gosney, who's on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. He did mention that the task force doesn't want police in schools. That is not something under our purview. I'm a task force member as well. Just want to acknowledge that we have acknowledged that that's the school district's consideration. So just wanted to set the record straight. Part of what this conversation needs to address is that, yes, violence is a definite concern, right, for our community, for our teachers, for the district. I think one of the earlier callers alluded to more preventative measures, and I think that hits the nail on the head. Any violence that might not take place at school simply because of the presence of police officers is going to end up spilling out into the community. So having police at these games is, if anything, it might be a Band-Aid, and then those issues will just spill out. I would highly recommend looking at the work that the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force is doing. One of the recommendations include more funding for ONS and RISE, which does gun violence prevention and intervention work. And I think that's the approach that the school district needs to take. Thank you so much.
That concludes comment on this item.
Thank you very much. So board, this is where we're at. This is our last item for open session. And you may recall we have to go back in closed session to figure out some stuff. So I want us to be able to have this discussion and then go back into closed session and wrap up there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a motion to extend this meeting to 11:30, which should allow us to finish this conversation and then to get back in closed session and finish that up and then go home. Can I have a motion to do that, please?
I'll make a motion to extend our meeting till 11:30.
Thank you, sir. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, ma'am. So it's been moved and seconded by Gonzalez, Hoy, and Reckler. On to the vote. Mrs. Smith votes. Can you start us?
Smith votes yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. So it carries, and we're on to discussion now. Mrs. Smith votes.
President Phillips, point of order. Did you ask any questions, or did you not have any questions, or did I miss you going for questions?
I didn't have any questions.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't skip you in that round. I think that everyone has said that this is a deeper, longer discussion that has to be had. I think that the Superintendent Duffy has acknowledged that there was not a lot of information that he could bring forward to us because this is something that's just it's in the very preliminary phases. I think that when we do have this discussion, we need to have.
Trustee Smith-Foltz, I'm sorry, I should have done this because people do have questions, and I think you were starting to do it, but as you say your comments, if the additional information that you would like to see, can you put that in there? Because I want staff to be able to, because we're going to have a follow-up conversation. I don't want staff to be able to capture as much of what folks want to hear as they can.
So Superintendent Duffy, what I think that needs to happen is you need to have a presentation for us to actually ask questions about that comes with the details that everyone on the board has asked, and as well as the callers that have called in. Anything from what are the other options? What are the preventative measures? Have you talked to community leaders? Have you talked to administrators? Have you talked to the teachers? Have you talked to our athletic directors? Like, what work has happened for us to then make sure that we're able to have a knowledgeable conversation from the dais? I think that that's the best way to approach this. I also think this should go to the Safety and Climate Committee for a longer deep dive, like to where we will again have panelists on here that can give us personal experience from CSOs all the way to community members who feel like they've been over-policed. So I think that one of the ways for us to have a real conversation about this, and one that's at a deeper level to where we can come to some kind of agreement, is to come back with a full presentation. I think that right now what we're doing is we're all speaking to the fact that we need a deeper conversation around this, but we need to speak, if we're giving direction about this, we need to do it from a point of where we actually have something to talk from. So some of the questions again are, have you talked to the city chiefs? What are they willing to do? Have you cost this out? What does it look like financially? Where would that money come from? Because our community's already said it should not come from, it shouldn't come from taking away from educating students to pay for the police. Other questions that I would like you to bring back again is the data. How are you going to determine what games and what you specifically want the police to do their role when they're at these games? So there's a lot of questions that I would want you to bring back, and I would want it to be brought back in a full presentation. And my direction is that this should go to the Safety and Climate Committee for a very deep dive, including the presentation that we just talked about and every other trustee and community members input in that deep dive.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Christian, do you want to make any comments?
Yeah, thank you, President Phillip. Just to, kind of go back and recapture everything. Richmond just had some recent killings recently in the streets. Recently, I don't see nobody carrying no signs out there say stop killing, but we just had some recent killings. But the thing is that, just, speaking from, the experience as a CSO, over the years, and like I say, at certain games or certain venues of games that, a lot of stuff break out. And also, don't forget social media. You have Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, all the different sites where a lot of stuff is going back and forth in the community. If you stay in tune with the heartbeat of the community, then you'll know exactly what's going on in the community of your schools and your surroundings, because students, or not even just former students, or even people in general, it's a lot of talking that goes on. And as CSOs, that's how we get our information. We stay in tune with the heartbeat. We listen to the students. We gather information. I mean, so if you talk to the CSOs from Hercules, from Pinot to De Anza to Richmond to Kennedy, El Cerrito, and so forth, they would all give you information because they are the heartbeat, and they keep the schools running, they keep everything running. But it's just like at certain games that you do have certain things that escalate. You do have people that come drunk. You do have people that smoke marijuana. You have people that do a lot of kind of things that sometimes it gets kind of a little hectic. And so and the CSOs have to work together to make sure they have each other to bring about the safe environment at those locations. But yes, we have to bring this to the safety committee to be able to go deeper. But all I'm just saying is, don't forget you have Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, all these different venues that these young people communicate on. And just remember, a lot of stuff is going on right now in the community. I live in Central. I hear stuff all the time. So what I'm just saying is, I hear gunfire all the time down here in Central. So what I'm saying is, it's a lot that goes on. So, but we have a lot of work to do to make sure that all of our events, are safe. So we do. So that means we all got to keep our ears and tuned in to making sure that we stay on top of the game of everything, to be proactive and not reactive. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mrs. Reckler. No, Mr. Gonzalez. What?
Thank you. So, Mr. Duffy, for me, I would agree it should go to safety to have a large conversation and listen to more stakeholders, and I'll tune in to listen into those conversations. But I do think that there needs to be more discussion there. I would love to see just data on the incidents and type of incidents, like you were mentioning. Definitely include CSOs in that conversation so we can get their input. Site administrators, I really think that they should absolutely be involved as they deal with a lot of the incidents, especially now. I also think that we need to survey our students, especially our students who participate in the sports, to see how they feel safe during the games or not. I definitely want to get more information about the financial impact and how that would happen. I also liked the suggestion earlier, I think it was by Trustee Smith-Folds, about best practices of other districts that have had SROs, that have not had SROs from different viewpoints. And I guess the last thing I would say is that, if after this whole thing, we do see that it's a need, that's one thing. But I am worried about it being a slippery slope to the conversation we had last year, which is a very lengthy conversation. And we heard from obviously various stakeholders, especially our students. So I definitely want to see data. I'll definitely tune into the safety committee if that's where it goes. And then, make my mind from there. But I definitely, at this moment, I don't really know how I feel because I haven't even gotten feedback from our community, from my community, about how they would feel about it. But, I'll have an open mind.
Mrs. Reckler?
So I value Trustee Christian's opinion quite highly, and he's been in the community for years and years, born here, lived here, worked here, was a CSO. I know he's telling you there are hot games, and he's telling you right now what we need, and we can refer it back to the safety committee, but I think he's already told you what his recommendation is going to be. So I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, maybe there needs to be some more costs and stuff, but he's basically telling you, and he's been here for, that this is his backyard. So I take it very seriously, and I think that it needs to get looked at very seriously. And I can tell you, and he'll probably agree with me, there are hot games in El Cerrito, and El Cerrito is going to want police there. And I don't think there's going to be any pushback from El Cerrito. So that's my comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Emiliano?
I just want to echo the statements made before that we really need to make sure we come back to this with data regarding where the money has been going that was taken away from the officers and what's going on with that, and really evaluate whether or not this is something we really need to do. Also evaluate when we're going to do it, what campuses or like what events that the officers are going to be needed on. And it's really important that we make sure that community members are part of the conversation. The people who are at the games are a part of the conversation because they're the ones that most likely know the most about what is needed there because they've experienced it more. But yeah, and that it is going to be a much larger conversation that we're definitely going to need to come back to. Thank you.
Leon?
I believe that the conversation should be driven by data and the voices of our community, because those are the people who are affected. So I just want to see more transparency on this issue and see what the community feels and head in that direction. That concludes my statement.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of comments. The first comment is this is a recommendation coming from the chair of the safety committee. Not only is he the chair of the safety committee, he is a former lead campus safety officer who worked in the district, in this district, not in another district, in this district for 15 years. In this conversation, O3 Christian is the expert, hands down. In this conversation, O3 Christian is the expert. For us to hear him recommend something and then that he is the expert on, and then essentially send it back to him when he has already given the recommendation, to me is not appropriate. He brought this to the board because he thought, based on his experience, based on his expertise, that this was necessary. And I agree with him, and I believe that it belongs with the board. Now, what I will say is that I think that, and what I've heard from everyone, is that there is some additional information that they want. Trustee Smith-Bowles said that she wanted a full presentation, and that there were questions, for example, cost, and that she said several things. Cost was just one. So what I am hearing is that a presentation needs to be put together that starts to put some meat, on these bones. I think it is very important that as this conversation happens, that we are not speaking for other people. One of the things that Trustee Smith-Bowles said was she wanted to know, I think she said she wanted to know, how do the chiefs think or feel about this? So there's no reason to not invite them here to answer that question. We don't need to speak for other people. I think that we can have a very robust, a very transparent conversation. Anything is easier to talk about than COVID, which is what we've just been doing for however long. So we need to extend public comment or whatnot. We can bring in site administrators and whatnot. If we as a board end up making a decision, and this decision is limited to peace officers at sporting events, if the board, decides to do that, the back work, I think that is what should go to the safety committee. So the questions around how do we decide which game it is, all of those kind of logistical things that people were talking about. Um, I think those are the kinds of things that really can be discussed, in greater detail um, in the safety, committee, because you have, the CSOs are there, Booker is there. Like those are the conversations that they actually have. But the preliminary decision before all of that back end work begins to happen is just board. Is this what we want? And I get that there's further discussion. So what I do want to do is bring this item back for discussion. Um, Mr. Gonzalez Hoy.
President Phillips, I just want to clarify that Trustee Christian actually said it should go back to the safety committee. And that's why I said it should go back to the safety committee. And 3 of us said that. So that's why I'm confused about what you're saying, because I agree with Trustee Christian that it should go back to safety to have a larger discussion and then bring back the recommendation with data. It wasn't a disagreement. That's what I heard from majority of the board.
Let me back up, because I heard Mr. Christian talking about taking the item back to safety, and I thought he was saying that in response to what other people were saying. Mr. Christian, this recommendation that you have, that you asked to be agendized, do you want it to come back to the board?
Because we bring it back to the safety committee and have the discussion, which will have all the different stakeholders involved in it. And I know I'm speaking, for me, I'm not speaking from experience, but then you will be able to hear from the other CSOs who actually work these events, and they know the ins and out and the details, and then having others involved in it. So for it to go back to the safety committee, and that we can come with agreement where we could push forward to provide safety for our events, big events, that when it's needed.
Okay, so, and I'm gonna leave it alone. Are you sure that that's what you want? You don't want to bring it back here. You want it to go to the safety committee.
Well, it can come back to the to the full board. For to do what it's supposed to do, where everybody participate in it. Yeah, it can come back to the full board.
Okay. Okay.
President Phillips,
Yes, ma'am.
as a member of the safety committee, I would like to put my recommendation out there, which is I would like it to come to the safety committee first, and then we have the deep dive, much like we do in the other committees, like academic. It comes to the safety committee, we have the deep dive, and then we bring back a recommendation to the full board that will continue to have questions and conversation around it, but it first comes to the committee for us to do the work. That's my recommendation as a member of the safety committee, and with 15 years of educational experience, 7 to 8 of those which were in the classroom.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so we're going to have a presentation. It is now 10:39. We will have a presentation about this. Mr. Christian, this is what I'm going to do because a lot is happening right now. You are actually the chair of the safety committee, and you're the one that's making the recommendation. And I'm hearing different things. So you sleep on how you want it to come back, and that's how it will come back. Okay? All right. but it will come back, and it will not come back as an action item wherever it goes. It will come back as discussion, and it's very clear that people want to discuss. Mr. Christian, you sleep on how you wanted to come back, whether you wanted to come back straight to the board. Eventually, it would come back to safety anyway to deal with all of the back end stuff, but whether you wanted to go from here, whether you wanted to come back to the board for further conversation, or whether you wanted to go to safety for further conversation, you don't have to be in the hot seat. You just sleep on it. That said, we're going to move on to, but Mr. Duffy, you do, and staff, you do need to start putting together a presentation for somebody because the board is clear that it wants that. So we're going to move on to the next item. It's 10:40. The next item would be G. We're going to do the comments from the board now, and then we're going to go back into closed session. Well, no, we're going to do G and H, and then we're going to go back. So we're going to begin with Trustee Smith-Folds. Your comments, board comments, if you have any.
So board members were not elected to rule the community. We were elected to serve the community. That's a concept that we can't lose. We can serve by being skeptical and asking hard questions. We serve by demanding proof of the district's concepts and hopes. We can serve by demanding promises be kept. We can serve by looking at the impact of the decisions that we make. We serve by being willing to listen more than we talk. As the board, we are giving a service. Giving means we are no longer holding on to what we want, but providing what all others need. Service is asking, not individually asking, but as a board. As a board, have we asked Teamsters how reopening is going? If the board did, they would know that the district is overwhelmingly overworking our food service department. Did we ask teachers how the reopening is going? If we did, we would hear how COVID protocols are not solidified from site to site and how that is scary. Did the board ask administrators how reopening was going or what they need fall to look like? If we did, maybe we would hear how it's a benefit for sites to be able to create individual community school plans that work in conjunction with what their teachers and student population needs are. Did we ask parents how reopening is going? If we did, we would see that the most neediest kids are still not being served, that parents are confused and not clear about what spring was actually about. Did we ask parents about fall? If we did, we would find most want options. This board supports broad picture ideas while it is easier to set unrealistic visions and give political direction to the staff than it is to ask what is needed and how we may serve. It is easy to say yes and make someone else do the work than to ask the hard questions up front and support the work being done before bringing it back to the community. I'm calling for this board to bring back the ask and the service at the board level. Bring back standing reports from the community and the unions in a meaningful and transparent way. I'm also asking to bring to the board a full discussion about the solutions team. I feel it's my job to show the community where to look, but never tell them what they need to see. I'll walk a mile in the shoes, but I will never sit here from the dais and tell you how to tie your laces, meaning I will not tell you how to feel or try to convince you that what you see doesn't exist. I'm here to serve you. I am not here to rule. In my opinion, this board must be a whole school community board. It is said that no one can serve two without holding on to one and despising the other. We as a board have to choose. We must choose to serve the entire school community and all of its stakeholders above all else. We cannot divide along title lines. You are a teacher and I am a parent. I am a board member and you are union and you are not. We must all be here for the service of the student, but we have to honor and value the experts. They are the stakeholders that do the work. Students go to schools, teachers, counselors, paraprofessionals, staff, and admin go to their jobs. I'm here to serve all individuals inside that school community. We have to be very clear that we make decisions about livelihood, experience, and wants and needs every single day. Always and in all ways, we must be here to serve and be service-minded and service-centered. So once again, in the spirit of community-centered service, I would like to ask for the following for either action or discussion or to be agendized. We need a board retreat focused on the Brown Act and board bylaws. We need to talk about extending public comment with time allotted and how it's represented on the agenda. We need to talk about solutions team and the board members assigned to it. We need to talk about bringing back standing reports from the 5 unions and our other community organizations. Those are who we are, those who are and are not supported by the district. We need to make sure that we are clear about our vision and our intention. And we need to always, once again, be centered around the act of service.
Trustee Smith-Folds, does that conclude your comments?
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you. As we focus on building and growing and pushing together, we're here to serve. We're here to help our students, to give our teachers the resources, and making sure staff and classified staff and all those have the resources as well. We're here to build, we're here to grow. When we work together as a team, and when we on the field, we all have our abilities, and we just got to work together and look at how we can transform this district into a stronger district, and using all of our gifts that we have to see this district improve. We want to be able to recruit more students to build our attendance, and making sure that all of our students' needs are being taken care of, and making sure that equity is across the board, and making sure that we're doing the job as trustees. We want to make sure that we stay focused and keep moving. We have a lot of challenges. We have some mountains to climb, you know, some valleys, and but we got to keep moving. You know, even in the midst of turbulence, we still got to keep moving. In the midst of this pandemic, we still got to keep moving. We got to keep moving, and we have to keep in mind that we have to work this together and see the best of everything that we want to see happen in this district. I just wanted to say, you know, we got to keep moving, y'all. And if we, you know, there's an old saying: if you bite and devour one another, you would destroy one another, because biting and devouring will knock you out. But if we have love transcends, and love pushes and make things happen, and pure love is going to do the right thing, because it don't have no hidden agendas, and it don't have, in other words, love is love, and love is going to do what it's supposed to do, is to build and empower the mindsets of our kids, the mindsets of our staff, the mindsets of our teachers, the mindset of everybody, because it's going to push, because everybody's going to push forward. So as I close, here we are in the month of May, and time is moving. But how we're going to use our time depends on how we work together and keep things moving in the right direction. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Christian, thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. I want to start just by appreciating our staff. Specifically, I know that this week is Teacher Appreciation Week and Day of the Nurse, and we have school nutrition workers that we're celebrating. I think that everybody's just doing an incredible lift, an incredible job. I just want to say thank you to them, because I see it every day that I visit a site or that I go to my own hub, and I see the work that everybody's doing. I'm just so impressed by everybody and wanting to put kids first. So thank you. And I hope that everybody is sending a message to their teacher during this week, because I know they've had to do a lot. So thank you for what you're all doing. Staff, really, really appreciate it. I would like to request a few things. One, maybe for Mr. Duffy. I don't really know what our responsibilities are as board members in the graduation, since I've never done one before from our board level. So I would just love to get some clarification on what we're supposed to do, especially this year. so that I don't show up and just stand there. So a clarification there would be really helpful. I know we have a few weeks, so we have time. I would request, since we were in this frame about trainings that we might need, I know that we're all kind of in tune into this piece, but I would love maybe to reach out to CSBA and get a training on privilege and implicit bias, explicit bias. I think that we could all use it, but not just us, like having community watching. I think it's important that we show an example on that. And I think CSBA can help us frame it from a board level, facial expressions from the board level, right? Like how we're supposed to act at board meetings, and in a frame of privilege and explicit bias. I think it's really important. So I will request that as one of the trainings that we do in the next few months. I know Mr. Duffy wanted us to do that back in January as part of our retreat, and obviously we didn't have time. So I would love for us to make time there.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr.
Yes.
Gonzalez, Hoy.
Yes.
So implicit decorum, are we like board meeting decorum or no?
Well, that's a different topic, and I would love to participate maybe in as part of that, but really around privilege and explicit bias. I know we can probably spend quite a bit of time on that. So I guess it's two different requests. Although decorum will probably come up as part of our retreat with, Dr. Hurst. But yeah, I was envisioning more around privilege and explicit bias. The next one, I agree with Trustee Smith-Foltz. I would love to see something. We've all taken Brown Act trainings, but we haven't actually done one together. So it might be really helpful for us to do one together, especially with a new superintendent coming in. It might just be helpful to make it part of the Leadership Associates piece. Not as extensive as maybe some of the ones that we've attended, but just having conversations around it. And then lastly, just kind of like some governance pieces about how to put things on the agenda, just to get some of that clarified. I know President Phillips, you've been fairly responsive when we want to put things on the agenda, but just so that as Dr. Hurst comes in, we're all clear on how that works, the processes again, because I've noticed inconsistencies. So I would love just to have some conversation around that. And then obviously just around governance, which I know is part of the contract. So I really want to see that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez Hoy. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. So first, a happy Cinco de Mayo to everyone. And I also want to thank teachers, and I also wanted to credit the district for their Twitter campaign where they're asking principals which teachers inspired them throughout their life. It's so awesome. I love it. So thank you to the communications team. I also wanted to thank Mayari Mendo, who is a Korematsu 8th grader who sent in the most thoughtful, well-written, well-researched letter about prison and prison populations and asked us to look into the California Innocence Project, and I ended up making a donation. So thank you for that wonderful letter. I want to thank the bees. I've been relieved of my hub duty. And if there's another principal that wants me, I am happy to come and be with you for anything. So if you need me, please email me. We can set up a schedule. I also got these letters from Alicia and Antonio from Washington, who did a tour of 11 school sites and looked at their access to grassy fields and parks. These are excellent, and I will reach out and talk to you about these, but great work on who has what and where. Finally, I have a date for the El Cerrito High School graduation. I asked Trustee Christian to go as my date, so we're going together, so I'm very excited about that. And then today I did legislation day for the self-administration of California, and that's our special ed. We went with Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. I want to thank the team, and we met with Nancy Skinner and Buffy Wicks. And if anybody wants to support some legislation, AB 967, AB 126, SB 639, SB 291. These are all bills that have to do with funding and family empowerment, minimum wage for persons with disabilities, a pupil advisory council, funding to COLA, and also we're looking for 300 million ongoing preschoolers, 300 million ongoing funding for preschoolers with disabilities. It was a great day. Thank you to that team. They did a great job advocating. It was really amazing. So thank you to everybody. And let's see. Oh, and then I went to the WCCUSD's Engineering and Manufacturing Quarter 4 Advisory Committee with Miss Huey and her team. What a great session. I mean, I said, I put in the chat, I feel like I found a little diamond in our district that I didn't even know anything about. What a powerful team. Teachers, people from the community, our internal staff just talking about ideas and how to push students forwards in terms of internships, summer jobs, looking at industry data. I mean, wow, it was just amazing. So thank you to everybody and thank you for letting me listen in on that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Emiliano.
It looks like she's frozen.
And we'll come back to Ms. Emiliano. Mr. Leon.
Thank you, President Phillips. As a Board of Education, our goal and job is to advance the student academic success. Every day we're faced with challenging decisions that will impact the outcome of our students' success. I want to echo Trustee Smith-Folds' comment that our job is to serve our kids and students and to provide them with equal opportunities so that no student is left behind. I want to thank all the teachers as it is Teacher Appreciation Week in our district for the sacrifices they have made to put students first, even as we are living through a pandemic. As a student, your work has not gone unnoticed. And I also want to thank the board and everyone else who was involved with promoting an outdoor graduation for our high school seniors as a great event and an event that we will all remember for our lifetime. I just really want to thank all those who were involved with making that happen. So that concludes my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Ms. Emiliano, are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would just like to start off saying thank you to all the teachers, as it is Teachers Appreciation Week. I know all students very much appreciate the teachers. Without you, we wouldn't be going to school. We wouldn't be learning anything. But we don't only appreciate, or you're not only appreciated this week, but the entire year, because if you're only there for a week, schools wouldn't work. But yeah. Also, I would like to say thank you to everyone who has been a part of the spring reopening. We all know it's been topic of how many meetings that this is something that's extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult to test everybody. It's extremely difficult to make sure everybody's in their cohorts and there isn't any spread. And I once again would like to say thank you to everyone who has been a part of the process, not only to plan, but the teachers who are showing up at school to actually show up, everyone who's a part of the cohorts to support these children, because as previous trustees have said, the students are really the main part of the entire schooling system. Without students, we don't have a school district because there's nobody to teach, and students are who we should be serving. And I believe it's very important that we continue to have student voice in the decisions that are made. I understand there are very hard decisions being made. However, the students are usually the ones most impacted. So I would just like to say, as we go forward with the decisions we're making, to keep in mind that student voice is needed, and that student voice isn't asking a few students at a few schools like, hey, like, how do you feel about this 2 days before something needs to be presented. Student voice is having a set schedule to properly collect input from students, not just to get something on the fly and then just qualify that as student voice, if that makes sense. There needs to be a process to actually get a decent amount of information from people from across the district. But just to keep that in mind in the future decisions we will be making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 10:59. I appreciate the board. I want to say, well, one, I want to say I appreciate the board for this meeting. I think that this was a very productive meeting and that we covered a lot of ground and had good discussion and we got our work done. I also want to say thank you to the community that called in, particularly the people in public comment. We were respectful of one another, and I would like to keep this going in this direction. So thank you to everybody for this meeting on today. The next item on the agenda before we recess is H, the next scheduled Board of Education meeting. So on May 12th, we do have a study session scheduled. It's on basically collaborative decision making. And then the 19th is a regular Board of Education meeting. And with that, I want us to recess back into closed session. So if I can have a motion to do that. And public, so you know, we will come back out and report out whatever there is to report. There will be nothing, but we'll come back out to report. And then we'll close the meeting down. So if you want to stay, you can, but our work for the evening, our public work for the evening is done. Board, can I have a motion to recess back in the closed session?
So moved.
Thank you very much. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. So it's been properly moved and seconded. On to the vote. Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leung, yes.
Phillips, yes. And this is the same item, which is public employee appointment. It's just a continuation of what we were doing earlier. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. We're back.
My gosh, I'm so stressed. Okay, I made it back. All right. Thank you so much. That was a little stressful. It's hard for me to get back. Thank you, everybody, for waiting for me.
Okay, we got everybody. Are we live?
Yes, I believe we
Yes,
are.
President Phillips, sorry about that. You are live.
Okay. Mr. Duffy, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Oh, wait, we are missing Superintendent Duffy.
I can do it. There's nothing to report out of closed session. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Are you done?
Yes, he reported out. There was nothing to report out.
Okay. I will.
But there's still people, there's some attendees.
I'll text you. I'll see you later.